Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacks in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. I'm on fire, I'm a earth shake. Chaos around me. So many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge. Rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. On my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I don't never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene. where you wanna go. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
your death. Cause you're playing roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Had to fail so I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive.
love, all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scan the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, every day I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI!
And welcome everyone to MSI 2025 here in beautiful sunny Vancouver. I hope you got an opportunity to rest, and we're back right into the action today with the lower side of the bracket with CFO versus anyone's legend. It has been crazy at MSI so far, and today is not going to be different as we see the fans stepping into the arena getting ready for another best of 5. I'm Laure and I will be with Emily and Raz once again. How are you doing?
Doing well. My off day, I just slept. So I'm as rejuvenated as possible.
I went for a gorgeous hike. It was great.
So you spent your day off working.
I like walking. I like hiking.
Right.
I like nature.
All right.
Your country,
great.
I have to say, absolutely amazing. I love Canada so far. It's been great.
It's quite good. Not my part of the country. Love you guys in Alberta.
Look, not when the stampede is going on. Come on, man.
Overpriced.
Let's take a look at what we have here because, as I said, we're focusing on the lower side of the bracket today with one team that we'll say goodbye to tonight as the other one will move to the next round. We're not going to talk about the fact that I don't have any teams anymore, but let's focus on the teams we have left. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, the big question mark for me was this T1 team. CFO pushed them really, really hard in their series, right? They came and absolutely smacked BLG.
Yeah, and I'm sad that your teams are not here. My team had a hard-fought battle against G2. It was a tough one, a lot of fist fighting, a swift 3-0. Good luck.
All right.
She's gonna leap across the desk.
She will. I'm tempting her.
That's the story for tomorrow. We have a lot of things to focus on today and a lot of incredible matchups. The first one I want to look at is the mid lane. Shanks versus Hongkyu is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Two mid laners are looking to keep their MSI dreams alive. CFO's Hongkyu is the youngest player in the tournament. He has proven wise beyond his years, leading all MSI mid laners in damage per minute, damage percentage, and solo kills per game. His Flying Oysters have already taken out MKOI and gone 5 intense games against T1. Next up, he'll face off against anyone's legends, Shanks. The LPL mid laner took a long road to his first international event. He has made the most of it, handling FlyQuest early and taking Chovy to a 5-game banger. And he's spitting out venom! Hongkyu versus Shanks. Two mid laners in this tournament for the very first time. And after this matchup, only one will continue their MSI journey.
And they both had statement performances so far. Hongkyu as the youngest player we have at MSI, and Shanks also looking to prove himself here.
Yeah, the youngest player, and I feel like you see it in his gameplay, right? Like, I think his strength is that he's the youngest player here. I think sometimes his opportunity area can also be that he's very young.
Yeah.
And so he's gathering experience, but he has had such a breakout tournament, and he's just so fun to watch because he believes so much in himself. He will always go for the aggressive play, whether it's in lane or in a team fight, and he's been just consistently stellar in their games.
I feel like he's been playing better now than he did within his own league, and seeing his damage percentage, 30.5, highest not just amongst mid laners, but highest in the tournament. And the second highest, Doggo. This team is just centered around him and his AD carry, so it's really fun to watch, simply since they're like, this team is so focused on their own playstyle.
Yeah, the Roosters cementing themselves as one of the strongest teams we have. I was wondering after first turn if we would see them with the same firepower that they brought. Turns out that they are. It's not so much Junja's team anymore. It's a complete team coming from every side of the map. And on the other side, we have AL with Shanks. First time on the international stage, but Emily, he's been here for a while in the LPL.
Yeah, he's been here for a while. I've actually been watching him since his days on WE, which means it's time for me to do Draw My Life. So this is Draw My LPL Life, Shanks. Sui Shanks Saojin first turned heads while on WE Academy in 2020. During that shortened split, he actually won the most game MVPs and the overall split MVP in the LDL. Shanks joined Team WE in the LPL for the 2021 season. This team of Breathe, Peishang, Shanks, Jomung, who you might now know as Elk, and Missing, narrowly missed Worlds, falling to now teammate Tarzan and LNG. The next few years were very up and down for Shanks and WE. In 2022 LPL Summer, he split time with Shia, while the team actually failed to win a single match, finishing 0-16 and last in the standings. Despite this, his individual talent was recognized. Shanks and Hope left WE for Anyone's Legend for the 2024 season. Coach Tabe joined in summer, and Tarzan and Flandra joined for 2025. In Split 2, Shanks and Anyone's Legend won their first LPL title. And you might already be aware, but his gamer tag does come from the character Shanks in One Piece. And back when he was on WE Academy, he actually gave an interview where he said that Shanks has a really good attitude and he really wants to emulate that and bring that to his play. And whenever I've talked to people about Shanks or asked people about them, they say that he's really optimistic. He kind of had an epiphany between Split 1 and Split 2 this year where he said he is living the dream of playing, right? But he hadn't fully recognized what that was. So now he really wants to have a breakout performance here at MSI.
Yeah, and I love how amazing he is, like, kind of skyrocketing as a player. The fact that he was on WE for a little bit in that team, you already kind of illustrated. Very tragic.
A lot of good players on my team, Raz.
I don't know what happened.
I don't either.
He's been amazing so far at MSI.
He's been great. It's been a lot of fun because people would have expected, I would have expected coming to his first international event that he would kind of like have some choking performances or not play as well as we expected him to. No, he's been incredible, especially the game that comes to my mind is his Akali game. That was just straight styling, so love to see him here.
Yeah, let's see what they have in store for us today. But focusing on another matchup on the side of CFO in the Verizon Game Day interview, Sharks caught up with Dogo after CFO's win after MCOY 2 days ago, talking about the victory and what it means to him and the team and focusing on looking ahead at the next matchup against AL. Let's check it out.
Doggo and Flying Oyster get an absolutely historical result with their win over Movistar Koi. And Doggo, the first thing I'm going to ask you about is, can you tell me about the importance for the region, for the development of the region, for the work you put in that you're able to get this result?
就我们的赛区不比别人弱吧，所以我们需要继续赢下更多比赛。
It has been great to see also for your personal story. I know that there's been times when it didn't go so well for you. And I want you to tell me what this means in terms of your personal journey, because you have played phenomenally, exceptionally even.
就每天都能拿比赛，对我来说就是非常幸福嘛。然后能拿到胜利，就是幸福加幸福。
Could you tell me what you think you improved on as a team since first stand when we really saw the first breakout performance of the year for you?
我觉得我们在改进的都是一些优先级，然后我们自己的沟通问题嘛，因为还是会有一些沟通问题频繁出现。
Okay, I see. Now, next up is Anyone's Legend. That is, again, a difficult matchup, but you were not afraid of T1, so I don't see why there should be a reason to be afraid of AL. How do you feel about that matchup?
就不讲自己会不会赢他们嘛，我希望我们跟 AL 能打满5把，然后并且表现出一个很好的比赛给大家呈现。
Amazing. Silver scrapes again. Thank you so much, both Wendy as well as Doggo here from the BSI.
Doggo hopes they can have a fun 5-game series. I think watching Doggo have kind of a re-debut with CFO at this MSI, it means a lot to him. He said, you know, this is an MSI he really fought for himself rather than being on loan. And to see him pop off has just been wonderful.
And it's going to mean a lot to him, I'm sure, going up against an LPL team, because when he went in the LPL with like BLG and Ultra Prime, yeah, it wasn't great. I think he was also trading time with like Uzi at the time on BLG.
Yeah, there was some stuff going on.
It was a little iffy. So he like is reproving himself, and he's been playing so well in this tournament. So
yeah,
looking forward to see him like clap AL and see what happens.
Definitely the main character this time around. It wouldn't be a CFO matchup if we were not talking about the top lane. And for this one, we're looking at Driver in the driver's seat actually against Flounder here in the first game. So what are we looking at here, and why do we think it's the best player to go with in the first game here against AL?
Well, we ran out of space on this. That's
yeah, we did.
That's rest down there.
We worked on it, it's fine.
So this is kind of a Venn diagram. It's the super interesting thing to me is that we have the Cassante shared, right? We have the Sion Gragas shared. And then Flounder just has kind of a champion pool there where he's just vibing. I actually think that Driver and Flounder share a lot of similarities. I don't know if you agree with that, Raz.
Very much do. That's why this series is so comedic, because they are the same. They're willing to like lose EXP and minion waves to just be there on time with either the Sion or just like tank play. So they're very similar. I was expecting Rest to be, and he is the different player. The funny thing is his lone champion is the Ornn, which should have been Driver. That incident. So it's like he is the type of player to be playing Jace or something like that, more carry options. I'm interested in seeing if Rest gets to play today and plays a different style. Flandre also bucking it a little bit, playing like the Smolder. So there's a lot.
Vintage Flandre. It was
it's
so
crazy.
Good.
So I'm looking forward to this one.
All right, Driver in the first game here today. We'll see what happens in the rest of the series. Something that has been happening in the LCP that you might not be aware of. There's been a bet, a gift given to fans every time the Oysters perform well. Fans can claim chicken tendies here at the LCP studio for their team's performance. So for every kill the players get, they are giving away 10 tendies. For every game the Oysters win, they are giving away 100 tendies. So given the fact that the Oysters have been performing quite well so far, we currently sit at a total of 1,870 tendies.
Look at Hongq and Doggo. Oh my god.
What are we doing? You can see who's been performing the best so far here with like full buckets on the side of Doggo. And I felt like we could bring that to the desk as well. So
yeah, put it in the middle. We need to share this one.
Would the Oysters do well, we would be eating chicken. I'm hungry, so I'm actually going to get on this now.
That is crazy that they're feeding the entire studio. Cheers. I may have eaten this one already, so.
No, denied.
Good luck with that one.
All right, let's check how the fans have been voting, though, here at Mastercard.gg on X, because they're calling the match for AL with 57% of the vote. And I want to say, I'm kind of surprised to see this here, because AL looking to be one of the favorites of the tournaments that we have here. I was expecting more, but similarly to first stand, the Oysters won fans' hearts here once again.
Yeah, they're just such a fun team to watch, and I feel like even in some of their losses, they've done like Hongq and especially Doggo have just really showed up in so many of their team fights. It is really similar to First Shanks. I felt like they gathered a lot of Western fans during then too. However,
yeah,
I actually kind of think something a bit similar to when I talked about Anyone's Legend versus FlyQuest, where I think similarly, CFO and AL do kind of operate sometimes really similarly. I'm repeating that word a lot. And that's why I'm going AL 3-1.
Oh, you just think they're the better version of themselves.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Just
I mean, we talked about it with Driver and Flounder, right?
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of similarities between these two teams. I think it'll also come down to how much the junglers can control the early game, and especially like their early pathing with their lanes, but yeah.
I was talking to Teddy, the LPL caster, who arrived here at MSI, and he was telling me that he thinks it actually can go 5 games. So what do you guys think? What's your prediction for this one?
See, I agree with him. As you can tell, I have them as 3-2 towards AL. It's crazy because I would have expected one of us to had CFO, because CFO has been bucking the trend a lot by putting T1 to 5 games. They've looked incredibly good. I had the exact same opinion of you. I think the key difference a lot is that AL actually plays heavy topside, has like heavy grubs focus, and I think CFO's been doing the better thing, which is they're just straight like dragon stacking. I think that's better overall. So even that's the case, I think team fighters, AL. The better team fighters should be AL.
I don't think AL expected to end up on this side of the bracket, so let's see what they can offer us here. CFO versus AL is our series of the day. The loser goes home and the winner advances to the next stage. Casters, take it away.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Hello, LoL Esports, everyone around the world watching. Welcome to Vancouver as we get back into the meat of MSI. We kick off this week of intense League of Legends with CFO taking on AL. And although CFO are the underdogs, I think a lot of people are looking at whether they can upset the #1 seed from the LPL.
I think a lot of people are excited at the potential that CFO have shown us so far at this tournament. In particular, the way in which they've controlled the map, their incredible team fighting power, and just the standout individual performances that we've been seeing from these players. Junja, I mean, domestically considered the best player. I feel like that since he's come to this tournament, he hasn't missed a beat. And I'm excited to see how they stack up against the team that pushed Gen G to 5 games. And I think that that needs to really be remembered, because few teams were expected to be able to push Gen G, but AL pushed them to their absolute limit. One of the favorites for the tournament. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to jump into the draft, sponsored by Omen and HyperX. Rumble and Varus already taken away from the side of CFO, the Pantheon from AL. Not really that much of a surprise. So far, we're just seeing the very traditional meta bans. With Driver starting first, something we've gotten used to so far throughout spring from CFO. Sion is something you always have to think about as a big priority pick for him. I mean, hell, he's named after the champion. That was the inspiration for it. So I wonder if that is going to be high on the priority list, or if Flandre has got something prepared for us.
That is the question. Flandre, obviously, in the good old days when he was on Snake Esports, did have some of those more eclectic picks, the Fizz, the Yasuo, things that he could really bring out to mechanically outplay his opponents. Now, his hands aren't quite as good as they used to be, but still has some of those pocket picks. Yorick one that we always have to look at. Obviously, Sion very good into the Yorick, though.
Well, with the Nico banned away, Twisted Fate is going to be left available. We've also got the Talia up as well for Hongq, should he want it. Pantheon gone, the Rumble gone, the Vi gone. Yeah, usually things like the Vi and the, well, I say that, yeah, the Xin Zhao gonna rise in priority, the Azir as well. Maybe it's a trade here. Oh, and there is that Sion going to be taken away from Driver. So I do now wonder if it's going to be an Azir for Talia trade between the two mid lanes.
It would make a lot of sense. Both Hongq and Shanks have had really good tournaments so far. Even in their losses, Shanks has had some exceptional individual moments. And thinking back to his Akali when he was 6-0 in that game, it looks like, although it might not be the Azir Talia trade that we so often see, Annie has really risen to priority over the last few weeks here at MSI, and her ability to be engaged in a composition gives her a lot of power in mid lane. In the end, CFO are going to get the Xin Zhao locked in first here for Junja.
Okay, so they want to give Junja something with agency. I mean, there's a lot of mid laners available that you can pair this champion up with, so I don't think CFO is feeling that much pressure. If anything, they want to see how AL react so that they can respond in kind. Maybe they don't even have to pick a power pick in response. They could save those so much later into the draft. Perhaps Honkyu has something prepared. We've seen his Aurora absolutely pop off. He also has the Victor as an option if he just wants to go for more of a scaling mid matchup. Talia is a very common response to the Azir. An old school response is also the Rise, a champion that can match on side lanes, can also get you that early push, naturally has weaker team fighting, but can still fit nicely when paired up alongside the Xin.
With the Azir locked in for anyone's legend, they are currently looking towards the Poppy, which does stop Shin from doing a lot of the stuff he wants to do in the early game. Also stops the facilitated dive that Shin can allow. Jumps in with your Audacious Charge, Rakan jumps onto him. Leona follows up with a Zenith Blade. Poppy stops all of those dashes and can be flexed to support, although we are seeing it a lot more in the jungle right now.
We've also already seen it come through twice from Tarzan, so I think you're very much right on the money that we're expecting it to be in that jungle position. We will wait and see, though, as we move back towards the CFO side. They're taking their time thinking about this. Talia is the natural expectation. It is such a strong pick on the meta. Pairs up nicely with the Xin and also does well into the Azir because you can get that early prio and you can just move around the map and it's difficult for the Azir to follow. He just primarily wants to stay in that mid lane matchup, farm away, get to those first few items as quickly as he can. CFO, though, wanting to round out the draft. The question is, do they want to lock in an AD carry here? Maybe they want a little bit more dive, of course, into the Poppy. Something like Kai'Sa could be quite scary. Maybe they just want to lock something in for driver. The Cassante is available. One of his favorites, the Gragas as well, looking to be the direction that's what they're going to go for. All right, so he's going to get his hands on one of his comfort picks. Both the Sion and the Gragas are two of the champions that he's really known for domestically. Of course, this will give Flandre a lot of freedom to respond, but we talk about the flexibility of the Poppy. There's always the off chance they can send it down towards Kaiwing as well.
Immediately, the Yorick locked in for Flandre. Never want to pick it blind, but it can work well in certain matchups. Gragas has quite a lot of innate sustain just from his passive and his kit, so not that easy to work him down, but getting the slows down, putting the walls down when he tries to go for the engage can help you out in that top lane 1v1. We'll see how AL want to get into the second phase of bans. Caitlyn the ban might see a priority towards those AD carries. Wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Doggo is targeted with how strong his MSI has been so far. It's a really easy point of pressure to put on CFO if you can manage to take away some of his best champions.
I will say, I want to say it was the T1 BLG series where a lot of the focus was actually on the support bans instead of AD carries. And I just preferred that strategy more simply because I feel that the AD carry pool just feels very open right now. There's so many options available to you. If you attack that engage support pool specifically, we know that like Leona, Rel, Rakan, Alistar. Those are the kind of the main 5 engaged supports.
Yeah.
And so if you pinch that pool, then you can kind of shepherd the enemy support into whatever you want. And for Kaiwing, we know him as an engaged support player.
Very true.
Range supports are not his forte. His Bard was solid in the series versus Koi, for sure. There were a couple of fumbles here and there, but that could be an angle with which they look to punish. We talked about it. There's the Leona now going to be taken away from Kaiwing. Of course, a lot of engaged supports still available, in particular the Alistar.
And I was going to say, I think that's part of the problem with banning out engaged supports in the game 1 of Fearless. After a few of them have been played, if you get rid of a couple more of them, then you are really at the bottom of the barrel getting the dregs. Right now, even if you ban Rel, Leona, Nautilus, Rakan, Alistar, all rise in priority, right? So Lucian and Ezreal taken away from Hope, Caitlyn and the Leona taken away from CFO. AD carry seems to be where anyone's legend want to go next. Hope looking towards his Jhin.
Well, traditional front to back. It's very common when you play alongside an Azir. Both Jhin and Ezreal are very common mainstays, and with Ezreal banned, naturally Jhin rises in priority. So it makes a lot of sense for Hope. He's going to grab that one for himself, and it pairs up very nicely. And he's got a plethora of supports that he can pair alongside it as well. Rel becomes the immediate answer, but if Rel gets locked on the other side, they can slot in an Alistar too.
That was my thought. Corki Rel into Jhin, Alistar. Alistar obviously can negate a lot of the engage from Rel early game just by knocking her up when she goes in for that crash down. You could also look for something with a little bit of a long-range engage in the form of that Ashe. CFO have some engage, Xinjiao running in, seismic shove, the explosive cast, but they don't have that snap hard engage that you often see from something like a Rel or a Leona right now.
Doggo's misfortune. We haven't seen him bring out the pick yet so far at MSI, but something he is naturally very comfortable on. You pair this alongside the Rel, and you've got quite the wombo combo starting to be built up. The biggest problem that AL have is their limited engage. I wonder if CFO will look to get the Alistar for Kaiwing. While he hasn't played it so far at this tournament, I think that it is a good tool. Of course, into the Poppy, it's going to be difficult to find those engages, but that's where the Gragas becomes very valuable. Creating that disruption in the fight, opening up the fight to be a little bit more flexible, maybe even just knocking the Poppy away to then open you up for the Alistar to go in. You've also got the Xin to provide that initial start to the fight, or maybe even as a follow-up. I feel like CFO have a lot of tools to just create anarchy and chaos in the fight, whereas right now AL primarily focus on disengage. With the Poppy ultimate, the Azir ultimate, Jin wanting to play as far back as possible. They have so much range at their disposal, and they're going to keep it that way. Rounding things out with a Bard, we've been seeing a bunch of Bard at this tournament. The ultimate has proven to be so effective, especially into champions like Misfortune. Oh, you want an ultimate? How about I just throw a Bard ult on your face? Not only will it interrupt your ulti, but it'll also give time for my team to position and maybe punish you the moment that the stasis wears off. I think it can be really effective into the Alistar, especially given how Ali is super weak in the early laning phase, but also the fact that Bard just sets up nicely with the Jin to kind of potentially set up for those roots and everything.
It's also super nice into anyone that wants to run at you. Bard is great if someone can only run forward at you to get the engages off, because you have the Cosmic Binding to lock them against walls, you've got slows from your auto attacks, and even then you have the Magical Journey to get everyone the hell out of dodge if the Alistar is getting too close. So I really like the Bard pick here from Kyle in his first international tournament alongside Shanks, hoping to show up here for anyone's legend. I think he has underperformed compared to the expectations we would have from this support coming into the tournament. For non-subscribers, we will see you in about 30 seconds time to kick off this final week of MSI as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift.
Coming into this tournament, I was so excited watching AL as they progressed throughout the LPL playoffs, specifically just because I love watching Tarzan in the early game. He's such an intelligent jungler, the way in which he controls the map. I thought he was super impressive in how he controlled BLG's aggression, especially. And CFO aren't a hyper-aggressive team. They're very controlled in their playstyle as well. And so I feel like when it comes to this jungle matchup, it really is a battle of the minds. You're trying to read what the other plans to do, and we'll see how things pan out in the early game. Game one of this best of 5 between CFO and AL. We're hoping for an exciting one. CFO have done nothing but surprises throughout this tournament, and they want to keep those surprises going. If they can go toe-to-toe with the LPL first seed, that would be massive for the LCP and the development of this team that have already had an amazing year, all things considered.
It's kind of the passing of a torch as well over to CFO. Choi did an interview, their coach, and he was saying, we don't want to be known just as PSG Light. CFO this year have come in and proven they have a name for themselves. They are the Flying Oysters. 2 domestic trophies, only lost 1 game or 1 series domestically, and then obviously at first stand, only losing to Hanwha Life in that group stage.
Yeah, and then they pushed KC all the way to 5 games. They were so close to making it to the finals. And then here at MSI, it was the first time since Worlds 2012 that an APAC team beat one of the major regions in a best of 5. So already a massive accomplishment for them, but they're setting their sights high and they're looking to continue that journey here against AL. Not going to be an easy opponent by any means, but we'll see how they fare as everyone. Early vision was naturally invested to try and track what both these junglers were up to. It looks like they're both going to start on the top side.
Path down towards their bot lanes, which does make a lot of sense. There's quite a lot of CC down there if they want to look for those early ganks. Can always do that 3 camp into gank as well. You want to put a Yorick behind, you can do that. It is pretty difficult. He has a lot of innate lifesteal in his kit with his last rites, and obviously if the ghouls get on you, it can be a bit tricky to really take him down.
Already a bit of trading, but as we expected, AL's bottom lane looking to get that early push. Level 2 going to come through from Kyle. Meanwhile, the mid has that push, and Flandre with a bit of an advantage on the top side of the map. Now, it's important to recognize Flandre is considered one of the best Yorick players in the world.
7-2 all-time on this champ.
And when CFO played the Yorick themselves, they did see an Aurelia answer for driving, not that kind of player. He's much more of the tanky style player. I think this meta fits him perfectly. Right now, he acts as a frontline, he acts as a disruptor, and I think individually, he's had a really incredible tournament. So far in the laning phase, things are going kind of as we expected. The Gragas naturally going to get pushed in, focus on clearing those waves. Both junglers pathing towards the bot side of the map. On cue. Not going to go for the knockback, we'll proc the phase rush. Valuable against the long-range poke that Shanks is going to have access to on this Azir. Kaiwin looking to clear out some vision, opening up for a potential early gank.
But this is why the ward that Kyle placed on the red buff is so important. You've oracled the Tribush, but Kyle walked all the way towards red to get vision on Ginger through his path. So now they know for the next 30 seconds or so, they need to be a little bit more defensive. Then they place the ward into the Tribush because they already had that extra security blanket of a deeper ward.
AL with good preparation here in the early laning phase. The pings are coming down aggressively, it seems like, from Tarzan.
I think he thought perhaps he could catch out Ginger. Obviously, the magical journey from the Bard as well gives you very quick collapse potential. Ginger's pathing up towards the top side, knowing his bot lane's pushed in. He just wants to make sure that he is on an even keel with Tarzan through this early game. Both of them will exchange scuttlecrafts.
Okay, so nothing too crazy. Very much as we expected here in this early game. I wonder if we're going to be seeing an early swap come through from CFO. Normally it would favor a comp more like CFO. Not only does it get you out of this high pressure bot side 2 versus 2, but also put some pressure on the Yorick, and Gragas should feel pretty comfortable in a 1 versus 2 just because of how safe you are with the wave clear and sustain that you have thanks to your W. Both junglers going to path back towards their top sides.
Honkyu and Shanks continue to trade in the mid lane. A small lead for Honkyu in the lane, about 3 CS up after Shanks manages to pick up both of these. They'll both recall and start to build towards their first items. The only substantial lead really is in top lane for Flandre on this Yorick. Kind of to be expected with the way that Yorick can play this early lane. Driver, yeah, you can farm from range, but you can't really do too much more into the Yorick because he has so much sustain and he has the ghouls to help him out.
So as we have a moment during this slower early game, we can turn our attention towards this mid lane matchup, which is Shanks versus Honkyu. You've already talked a lot about how these players have had strong individual performances throughout this tournament, but what impresses me is like the little amount of international experience they've had, but the impact that they've already been able to demonstrate. So many LPL fans have been so eager to see Shanks on the international stage, and this is his first. For Honkyu, of course, he did participate in the first stand tournament at the beginning of the year, but I think that it's amazing to see the potential and talent that both of these players have already demonstrated. The fact that Shanks just came to the tournament and played like it was just another day, he's already had some incredible performances, and Honkyu, given his age, I think many expected him to be a lot more nervous, but the man just went toe-to-toe with Faker and didn't even think about it, even earning the GOAT's respect after his first series.
I think for Shanks as well, the fact that he joined back in 2020 on WE and it's taken him this long to have his first international performance and he's playing well at it. Often players, when it takes them a while to get here, will have a much higher degree of anxiety, of nerves when they actually get onto the international stage. But Shanks having the tournament of his life so far, and as he dashes in onto Honkyu, Seismic Shove's going to get him back. Emperor's Divide coming out as Honkyu walks to the safety of Junja. Shanks actually has to flash away from the wind becomes lightning with the Audacious Charge coming in as well. Kaiwing could look for a flash over the wall here. Shanks in enemy territory, 3 members around him. Driver has to back away from Hope and Kyle. The Drake goes over to AL, and Shanks retreated to the top side, bot side of mid lane. Alistair wasn't able to find a gank.
Shanks doing a good job of weathering that pressure that was coming through from CFO. The Dragon secured by AL. Now they can turn their attention to the top side to look to try and contest. Keep your eyes on the minimap and notice that Hope is already moving through the river. Shanks doesn't really have much HP to contest right now, but of course the grub's still over a minute away, so they shouldn't feel any immediate stress. But I imagine that, oh yeah, nice. Hope is just going to move towards the mid lane, catch this next mid wave. He has Kyle also returning from base, and they can send Shanks towards the bot side of the map. He's going to lose some farm as a consequence, but given that he's only 2 behind Honkyu in the mid lane right now, he's not going to be too upset off the back of that.
Looks like actually they're going to send Flandre back and then he'll either walk or TP down towards that bottom side. They want that 1v1, especially with Flandre now having the eulogy of the Isles, now having that maiden available to him. He can push the Gragas back pretty effectively. So that seems to be where AL are assigning their lanes for the moment, as the grubs will spawn in 30 seconds time. Both these teams really do like to fight around those objectives as well. We saw CFO actually coming out on the wrong side of a lot of those fights in some of their series and then managing to claw the games back through team fighting later on. So we'll see if anyone's Legend and CFO want to butt heads around those grubs in 20 seconds time.
Well, here comes that push from Flandre. Bit of wave clear going to be responded by Driver thanks to the Q. Keep my eyes on the minimap though. 80 carries are going to be matched up in the mid lane, kind of as we expected, as it's that fight for prio over that wave. This will give you access to that topside river, but the vision control already invested from AL is solid, but the response from CFO is just as good. Thanks to the control they have on the top side of the map, they have some good control wards set down. They also have control over the Scuttlecrab, which is now going to disappear. But Tarzan, knowing that he has the push from Hope and Kyle, is going to put that vision right back down.
Everyone on AL had a control ward in their inventories there. They already have 3 on the map as well, as Hope is chunked out a little bit by Doggo. The Make It Rain comes out as well, and as you say, great for CFO. Getting that enemy AD carry down to half HP, is running through a potion and has the Caretaker's Shrines to heal him up a little bit.
Something that we see often from these teams is you just try and fight, not around the objective, but in the lanes. That means that the... Oh, hang on a second. Junja in a lot of danger.
We're finding just short. Crescent Guard coming out, but there's the Temper Fate, and Junja has to flash it. All of this facilitated by the fact that Flandre actually walked up through the river, though. A couple of control wards for AL down towards that bottom side. Flandre is able to get up here, can teleport back down because he didn't use his teleport to get to bot. Really nice map movements all around from AL.
And this is what I'm saying, where you don't fight around the objective, you fight in the... Oh, nice ulti.
Bullet time! It's gorgeous! Kaiwing looking at the stun, but doesn't chase any further onto Hope. Hope holds onto his flash through all of that.
Doggo applies the slow with the Make It Rain, then throws out the bullet time, and then in a combination of the slow, the knock-up comes through from Kaiwing, sorry, to set up for a huge chunk of damage. No flash burn though. The response ulti now from Hope.
It's a wave clove ulti more than anything else. No encore going to be fine for him. As Flandre trading with Junja down towards this bottom side. Kyle on the chase as well. It's a 3v2 right now in favor of CFO. Cosmic Binder coming out. Kaiwing still only level 5. Lands the knock-up explosive cast as well, but there's the flash and the smash into the wall, and Kaiwing is mown down by anyone's legend.
Nice punish from Tarzan. The flash into the wall connect means that there's little that Kaiwing can do to escape. He was so close to level 6 as well. If he had that extra point in his ultimate, that would have kept him alive. First blood is secured by Al. They want a little bit more. They're going to get it.
Steal away the Krugs. Get the wave pushed in as well. Driver has the stacking build here with the Catalyst and the Tear, but doesn't really have much damage to back up any of his spells right now. As at 10 minutes into the game, AL out to a small early lead. Kyle being an absolute thorn in CFO's sides as well with his positioning. Fortunate for Flandre here, losing the Maiden of the Mists. Maybe he put a Morning Mist onto Driver, that meant it chased him under the tower.
Look back at this play that happened in mid.
It's Tarzan coming across, so Doggo has to flash.
So they show us, Doggo did lose his flash. We didn't mention that earlier, but yeah, okay. Nice collapse ultimately, did result in small advantage gains. And then I thought this was an over-ambitious play initially, 2 versus 3, but CFO realized that Tarzan is coming in for the collapse. Kaiwing gets a nice knock-up, the ultimate from Driver comes through as well, knocking them back. But Tarzan, good angle, flash, connects with the E, sets up for first blood, and they get the Krugs to boot. So about a 500 gold lead for now in favor of AL. The Dragon spawning in about 5 seconds, so that will likely be their next focus. And as you mentioned, both teams love to play around these objectives. In the early game, they like to have control around these neutrals. And so I imagine that both sides will be setting their sights on it. Ooh, nice
Driver
flash.
has to flash the Emperor's Divide. Explosive cast will knock him back. Was in tower range for a single shot, but with Tarzan backing him up, he should be fine. Just walks his way away.
Okay, cool play. Didn't result in a huge amount, but still, very cool. Driver putting a bit of pressure onto Shanks, but now Tarzan on the top side of the map completely concedes control over the bot side. The mid push will come through from Hope, giving him access into the river. Junja will drop that control ward, making it harder for AL to approach, but keep your eyes on the minimap. Tarzan making his way down. No TP available on Shanks, which means this will be a 4 versus 4.
Junja already on the Drake. That's pretty much gone. They might look for the fight afterwards, though, as Flandre has the flank. Junja's going to land the smite. There's the Tempered Fate coming out onto Junja. Kaiwing trying to get his way away. Junja still stunned up. Keeper's Verdict finds Hongyu guilty, and the chase continues. Junja with the Crescent Guard keeps himself alive for a hell of a long time. In the end, he's murdered by Hope 2-0 AL.
So this is what we talked about with the both compositions being allowed to create chaos in the fights. The Poppy ultimate, the Bard ultimate, the knockback coming through from the Xin Zhao, the terrain that is being created by the Talia means a lot of different things are happening on your screen at once. In this situation though, Tarzan created the numbers advantage, which isolated Junja. That made it so much easier for AL to commit to the collapse, and while they do concede the second Dragon of the game, they will secure a 1k gold lead off the back of another pick.
And Hope getting the kill as well means he's about 400 gold ahead of Doggo, where they've been pretty even so far this game. Leads in the jungle, the mid lane, the AD carry role, and support so far for AL. And this is something they've done so well this tournament. Their early games, even against Gen G, they were actually getting leads in the early game, 1-2k ahead, and then Gen G were finding really opportunistic fights to get themselves back into that series. For CFO, that's also been the watchword for them, opportunistic fights around those neutral objectives. So it's not too much of a sad situation, but you need to stop the bleeding at some point.
I mean, I think that when you have two teams that like to play a little bit more of a controlled style in the early game that's very objective focused, naturally it comes down to who has the better setup and who's faster on the play. And I think what we're seeing is that CFO do still have good setup. They're very aware of playing around these neutrals, the fact that they even got that bot dragon, punishing the fact that Tarzan's on the top side of the map. The thing is that you have to remember is that AL, the one advantage I would say they have over CFO is that they're that much faster and that much more confident in their engages. They will not hesitate to start a fight. Sometimes to their own detriment, but largely they're very aware of their positioning and they know how to take a very good fight. And this is something that CFO has to respect as Doggo. He's in a bit of danger.
Able to sidestep the deadly flourish. Hope continues to rain hail upon him. There's the barrier. He tries to fight back, had the bullet time available just now, but decides against making Hope dodge like Neo.
My goodness.
Good, yeah, good fight back. Does burn his summoner. Gets a heal out of Kyle, who's running that unsealed spellbook, and then switched over to exhaust.
I just love the fact that Doggo sidestepped the damage and said, fine, I'll take this fight. Yeah. 2 versus 1.
I have a bloodthirster. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, beautifully done by Doggo. That's the level of confidence we'd like to see from him and why he's been such a standout player for CFO. Holds on to the mid wave for now. Honkyu and Shanks, they've really been the top laners of this game so far, largely just pushing in the side wave. Shanks been a little bit more isolated than that of Honkyu. That's why you can see that experience advantage that he's currently sitting on. But we get closer to our next neutral. It is the Rift Herald. Pings from both sides coming down. It's Ginger that's first to the objective. You'll notice in terms of the vision control that it will be CFO that have the better initial setup. They've got good control ward coverage. They've got a nice deep ward behind the pit as well. But AL have at the very least some information, which is now going to be denied by Ginger. Kyle already looking to replenish that vision. But nice control ward usage. CFO creating good darkness around the map.
Another ward goes into the back of the pit, though. Doggo steps forward towards Tarzan here, trying to force him away. Kyle has that tempered fate, and it's such an easy go trigger for a fight. Flandre coming out of base as Ginger and Driver pull the Rift Herald all the way to the banana bush.
The problem for CFO is that these waves are being pushed in and they have to respond. So you'll notice Honkyu sitting on the top wave, catching that wave, but now he can look to regroup with his team. Doggo
going for Doggo, who has the flash, dodges the deadly flourish, flash forward from Kaiwing. He knocks Tarzan back and he has to flash away. Weaver's wall coming out from Honkyu, immediately exhausted. The bullet time opens up, but doesn't find much purchase. And in the end, CFO should be able to retreat. Lose about half of all their health bars. Curtain Call coming out. Driver with the explosive cast knocks back Shanks! And Shanks, even with the Emperor's Divine, can't survive! Ginger with a knocker with the Q3. Flandre going to turn it back around on him. And Ginger will fall. CFO still trying to find a purchase on this fight. Hope takes a double up and is able to walk away.
Both of these teams are just fishing for that fight, but there's so many disengage tools. We saw the Gragas ultimate interrupting the Jhin ultimate. We saw the Poppy getting 2 knocked back on the side of CFO, creating a numbers advantage for AL. The kills end up being 1-for-1 overall. But as we go back into this fight, you'll notice that it starts with AL looking for a pick onto Doggo. He seems isolated in the mid lane, but he does what he did before. He sidesteps, he plays with nothing but confidence, and Kaiwing looks and punishes. Then the ulti comes through from Honkyu, but then the bullet time doesn't really do a huge amount. Kyle, nice interrupt using the ulti to stop Honkyu from chasing. Then Hope says, you know what, I can get a really nice ulti here, and Driver says, that's my opportunity. Keep your eyes on Tarzan as he knocks a few members away. But Ginger, that doesn't stop him from going in and setting up for Doggo to getting that kill. But now Ginger's too deep. He realizes he's in a 1 versus 4 with the Maiden at their back as well. So it ultimately results in a 1-4-1. A tense situation. The Herald doesn't go down. And you have to imagine that both teams are going to get back out onto the map and set their sights on this neutral once more.
Importantly for AL, they did get the feat of warfare from that. Picked up their 3rd kill. So now they just need another neutral objective to be able to secure the feats of strength. Currently, Ginger on his own on that Drake should be able to secure it. AL immediately ping for the Rift Herald. They're willing to take this trade. They haven't stacked up the Drake's early game, so if they can just get this Rift Herald, they can get first tower on the top side as well. It's an explosion of gold for them.
I think AL is going to benefit a lot more from this. It becomes a question of if CFO can convert the Dragon into a bot tier 1 as well. The bot tower has taken a decent amount of damage. This Herald is very slow, so while initially I thought AL had a pretty big tempo advantage, there should be a pretty good window here for CFO to set their sights on the bot lane. I love that they're doing this. Doggo and Ginger. Flandre, he's overstayed his welcome. He needs to get away from this tower, has the Maiden.
Puts it down, only a couple of minions here to really defend. Driver looking for the knockback, but Flandre flashes away the bullet time. Ginger dashing forward, does this. says Doggo. Junja picks up the kill in the end. But meanwhile, Rift Herald has been summoned in the mid lane as AL continue their advances. Kaiwin gets the knockback. Tempered Fate, Keeper's verdict. You're all alone now, Hongkyu, as Tarzan looks for the knock into the wall but can't find it. Cosmic Binding will still land but doesn't get the stun. There's the smash, there's hope. Hongkyu flashes, but a soldier finds his back as AL get 2 in the mid lane.
Now the teams are starting to pick things up. I love the cross map that we saw from CFO, punishing Flandre, who's isolated on the bot side of the map, but AL respond with a punch of their own, immediately using the Herald to push down mid, look for picks, they convert it into a kill onto Hongkyu, and ultimately they walk away the victors, I would say. They get the top tower, they get the mid tower, they get decent damage into the mid tier 2, they get a lot of value out of the back of this Herald. In exchange, the third dragon of the game going to CFO as they get their bot tower as well. Whew. Back and forth from these teams, great cross maps, and you can see how tense the team fights are, but the player I'm keeping my eyes on is Doggo. I feel like he is playing with nothing but confidence in these fights. We've seen him use the flash once so far, but it's crazy that he hasn't been using it in the team fights.
Yep.
No matter what Tarzan does, he really just can't scare Doggo enough to use that summoner spell just yet.
And on the other side of the rift, my eyes are all on Shanks. A 1.4 thousand gold lead now on this Azir. Nash's Tooth and Rylai's complete. He's been having a great tournament so far and continues to do so here at MSI this fine Monday. He's now in the bot lane pushing out Hongkyu, who's only got 1 item. Seraph's is fully stacked though, and has a Horns and Guides alongside it. Next Drake up in 3 minutes time, but there's an Atakan to fight around down towards that bottom side in about 15 seconds. Usually we see teams just standing back from the Atakan, no need to force it, look for a fight around a different neutral and then go for it, but you never know.
Unless your name is BLG.
Unless your name is BLG. Or any of the European teams for some reason.
Well, Atakan now makes its way onto the rift.
I like this from CFO though. Setting up to try and take out Shanks. They know, ooh, he's quite far ahead as Kaio's knocked back with a seismic shot. Flashes lands a good double binding, and Atakan helps him out. There's the Temper Fate, TP behind, as CFO continue to look for the fight, but that teleport's going to take a hell of a long time to get there. And AL will just be able to retreat towards the mid lane.
I like this response from AL. Hey, we just got the TP out from their top lane. Flandre, you go shove top as quickly as you can.
Tarzan is deep here.
But he's just stalling. This is the thing, because Talia's still in the bot lane. Talia has to go top because he's the only one with the teleport available. Meanwhile, while keeping the pressure in the jungle, AL have also opened up that mid tower for a little bit more damage. While Hope doesn't secure the tower, he's done what he wanted, which is put more pressure down. What's happening? Tarzan putting more pressure in the jungle. And this is the scary thing about AL. They just suffocate with all this pressure that they're putting everywhere on the map. And that fog of war, as our observers are showing for us now, notice how it's encroaching on CFO's territory. There's no dragon for 1.5 minutes. CFO should be able to reclaim space to get back towards contesting this dragon, but look at how much more uncomfortable it is compared to a few moments ago. CFO did take a good fight. It looked good, a decent number of trades, but the moment they committed that TP, that was a step too far, and AL punished them for it.
See Flandre still pushing out this top side, doing exactly what he needs to do on this Yorick. For CFO, one of their key weaknesses as well is they don't have someone that can really rat for vision, as I like to say. Get behind enemy lines, get some wards in there, something like a Rakan or even a Bard that can use some tools to escape if they are caught out a little bit.
I just want to again bring our attention to this vision, because you'll notice that this line, it just hasn't been crossed by CFO for the last few minutes. They've got a little bit more vision into the entrance. You can see this blue ward. Now is their opportunity to do so. Now that AL have reset, the problem is all that vision that you've just replenished, you have to use it to clear out the wards. Meanwhile, AL are coming back out onto the map, refreshed, fully stocked. Look at that control wards. 2 for Flandre, 1 for Hope, 2 for Kyle. And that makes it very difficult for CFO to approach the river. AL with really good objective control, really good setup, great patient play from both sides. CFO, though, of course, not at a massive disadvantage just yet. The gold difference is starting to build, but they're still in a position to find a good fight.
The important thing is the effective gold difference really only exists in the mid lane. There's 2 items on Ginger to 1 item on Tarzan. Doggo has 2 items to 2 items on Hope. In terms of power, you have enough in your AD carry in your jungle. Mid lane is the weakness with that Rylai's and Nash's Tooth already complete. But CFO, I was wondering if they want to take this fight around this objective. Blandre does have teleport, and he's going to try and flank them as he TPs in. The Dragon down to 7,000 HP. Honku looking for that flank position. Blandre comes in. There's the Weaver's Ward to separate the team. Driver on the wrong side of it, as is Kaiwing. CFO, where are your attentions? Currently split between the Drake and between the Bite. Bullet time opens up only onto Kyle. Driver forcing Shanks up towards the top side. Junja's going to land the smite onto the Mounted Drake. It's soul point now for CFO, but can they get the hell out of the fight? Blandre force load, the curtain call coming out as well. Here's Kaiwing into the deadly flourish for the root, and now CFO are all on the retreat. The river runs red with Kaiwing's blood, and Blandre wants to add more of CFO to it. Hope still on the chase. Doggo able to walk away for now, dodges the deadly flourish. AL might just have to accept one kill in the Otacon.
We're seeing how spread out these fights are because of all the disengaged tools, but CFO get themselves to soul point. They still want to contest this. Tarzan.
Tarzan in, there's the deadly flourish follow-up, and Shanks slides in. Meet my bodyguards. Tarzan falls though. Junja able to flash away. Kyle looking for the flank, doesn't get the auto off, and Doggo's bound too. Hope just short of the seismic shove. Shanks and Blandre need to back up their bot lane. Hope reloading, gets the fourth shot off, but he doesn't have the damage, and Anakan is helping CFO! His allegiances changed in the middle of the fight. Shanks trying to dodge around, there's no vision in that bush. Blandre finds another, no mana left on him. Doggo with the red buff gets the slow onto Blandre, but isn't going to be able to chase any further. Kaiwing's back alive, and AL have to get back to base.
I wish in the damage graph we could see how much damage Atakan was doing in that fight. On both sides, it was being so obnoxious to deal with. CFO end up walking away with a lot off the back of that, getting a bunch of kills. Remember, they put themselves on soul point now, and AL, they weren't able to convert it into the Otacon, because that was the idea. In the extended fight, they're able to get a pick onto the support, and you're going to see that right now. Kaiwing on the front line, trying to zone the rest of AL away. The Dragon is secured. Now it's Operation Escape from the side of CFO. The fight can't really be won. They have too much range on their side, so CFO have to retreat. Kaiwing is the sacrifice in exchange. Now with the health advantage and the numbers advantage, AL is saying we can do the Otacon, but CFO stepped too far. AL turned it into a fight. But the thing is, Doggo likes these odds a lot. Even when he's staring down all of these AL members, he feels safe because he's not the target. Hope is forced to use the barrier. Doggo's still saving onto that summoner spell, trying to bait them in. Pops it at the last second. Then they go too deep. Honku gets a kill onto Hope. And then it turns into this crazy affair. Meanwhile, Atakan is just doing damage to everyone in the midst of all of it.
Yeah, Honku teleporting back in with full HP really changed the landscape of that fight. For AL, you wonder, did Tarzan need to go for that wall slam? Did he need to force it? It is what AL like to do when they feel they have an advantage. They've got the bit between their teeth. They do not let go. Look at the damage from the AD carries in that last fight. Both the MF and the Jhin absolutely shredding. So, where are we in terms of game state? Well, Flandre, very happy that he now has a 1.2k gold lead up in that top lane, but Honku has managed to garner back around 700, 600 gold in that mid lane discrepancy. For Doggo, he's got 3 items. Hope still short of it. Doggo obviously can go for the slightly magical footwear on the MF because you get the extra movement speed out of your strut, so he doesn't need the upgraded boots if all his job is to do is to stand behind his team and then strike at the opportune moment.
It's all going to come down to this next Dragon fight, I feel. I say all coming down to.
I mean, the first game might be decided by it.
Could very well be. I mean, CFO, they've lost a lot on the map. We look at the towers, 1 to 3, right? That's why CFO have kind of been falling short in terms of the overall map control. They've been setting their sights on these neutral objectives, and they've done a good job of either trading or contesting AL around these. But we turn our attention to the Otacon once more. Of course, the Dragon's still spawning in a minute's time. Driver has his teleport back up and available, so he's catching these mid waves.
CFO have no vision. Like, they have this one ward that's just being control warded. They have this one ward where Tarzan's standing, but nothing in the rest of the river. That's all controlled by anyone's legend. Now they're going to try and step in as Doggo will chunk out Shanks just a little bit. Double haunting guys now for him, giving him obviously extra health, but also that damage amplification from having 2 of them.
Doggo is scary.
Yep. That's not a Chihuahua, that's a Pitbull right there.
Doggo we're going to go back and buy. Oh, okay. A little bit of healing reduction. All right, so we're ultimately just building up towards this next Dragon fight. Reset's going to come through. Shanks looking to get an upgrade for himself, perhaps. Quick base going to come through from him. Has the TP available.
Let's see. Maybe a Leandri's, Bloodlight's Curse, two options. Gets the boots.
So he's going to have that shield, so a little bit more defense available for him. Okay, AL, you need to deny this soul away from CFO. The Mountain Soul's going to do some serious work in this game.
AL, like, CFO really want to be on a position before AL get there, because AL have really good range. They've got the Azir soldiers, they've got the Jhin from long range to keep you gated into a certain entry point.
Damage from Doggo there onto Shanks. Good start to the fight, chipping away with what you can.
Driver's going to be the one to face check. Kyle there, knocked up, has the magical journey to get himself out. Driver locked up in the dark possession. Tempered Fate on 4. The keeper's verdict charged up and will knock out 2. Driver dives in, but the rest of his team are nowhere near him. Driver will fall after the stopwatch, and now CFO in a 4v5. Seismic shove just short on Tarzan. Do you keep fighting this, CFO? It's only Aero's second Drake of the game. You can set up around the Atakan to try and distract them a little bit while they go for the dragon.
Just one purchase into the river, and they're going to get it. Onq already used his ultimate, but Doggo's ulti is still available. Ginger, he has prime access to this dragon, but Ale are not hitting it. Or at the very least, they're hitting it slowly.
Flandre looking for that flank, trying to gain control of the tri-bush. Doggo standing behind the wall, just a little bit out of vision as Flandre puts the ghouls down, curtains open, and Kaiwing and Hongq have to retreat. Hongq just dodges the fourth shot, bullet time, not enough, good smite. Coming out there for AL. They'll turn their eyes now towards the Atakan, but you got to wait a little bit because Driver is on his way back up. They decide against taking that objective, unsurprisingly, and they'll settle themselves for the Drake and a 4,000 gold lead.
Bold move to convert that into the Atakan, so AL, they'll be happy with that. But the fight, in and of itself, very clean. Kyle gets a massive Tempered Fate onto 4. And notice that they didn't try and do something crazy. It wasn't like a Shanks goes in, 4-man ultimate. No, that's not the play. The play is Tarzan knocks away the carries. And then Driver, almost like he didn't recognize what was happening, goes in, ready for an engage. The knockback looks good on paper, but he turns around to see no teammates behind him, and that's because Tarzan had connected the ultimate, crucially, onto Doggo.
Tarzan stepping forward once again. Hope looking for the deadly flash will land it, but only onto Kaiwing, who has that unbreakable will. No bullet time, no Weaver's Wall right now, nor is the curtain call available. CFO just trying to wrest control away from AL around this Baron, and they've done so successfully. No vision in the river at all for the LPL #1 seed.
Well, needs to be careful, yeah. He was very worried there about who was waiting in the fog of war. These towers are just not falling. They're so close! A lot of standing gold available for CFO to grab if they can just get a winning team fight. Get some access onto these towers, but the wave clear from AL is scary to deal with.
That's the problem, right? You've got a Yorick on one side who has the Maiden and all the ghouls, and then you have an Azir on the other side. It's like as soon as a wave is within vision, it is dead. So for CFO, it really is win a fight, then take those turrets, then take those neutral objectives. For AL, they can play a little bit further back. It's happily scaling up right now. Leandri's almost complete for Shanks, who still has over 1,000 gold lead. Flandre has finished the spear and is building up to his next item as well. He's going to be a menace on the side lane. Very difficult for either Driver or Hongq to deal with him. At the moment, Hongq is the one assigned to that duty, but his duty is very much just accept the wave and clear it out with the threaded volley rather than anything else.
Game is in a very tense state right now. 31 minutes in. CFO still at Soul Point. The Baron, of course, always a big point of contention. Azir and MF, both champions that can take that objective down very quickly. Hongq as well would provide a huge amount of zone control, and that's the thing about both these comps is whoever's first on the objective, it's not that easy for the other side to just approach. I would argue it's a little bit easier for CFO because they do have Kaiwing and Driver, but even then, they have to take a lot of damage in order to get close, ready for the engage. And even if they do, there's so many disengage tools on the side of AL, but it's the same the other way around. AL don't have the most reliable engage. They do have, of course, the Bard ultimate to create some as a way to start a fight or even to just gain some space in the river, but CFO approaching an MF and a Talia blind can be very scary stuff. So having control over these neutrals is really important, and that's why AL has put so much focus on this vision control while pushing out these side lanes. The farm continues, Dragon spawning in about 1:45. Doggo going back to base. Will they have enough to get the upgrade? Yes, he will. Mortal Reminder finished off.
AL, though, still controlling this top side of the map. Flandre just still pushing out bot side. Has that Jack show alongside the Spear and the Trinity Force. Driver has upgraded his Seeker's Arm Guard into a Zhonya, so has another stasis in this next fight. It's looking at 3 items apiece pretty much across the board, apart from Doggo, who has managed to get himself to that mark of 4. Now, this is something Yorick can do, and it's pretty sneaky. He's going to start up the Otacon by himself. He can do this entirely alone. Does not need assistance from the Jhin. Hope is going to come across, but there's no vision at all for CFO on this bot side. So the question is, do they realize, do they pull the trigger? Because AL at the moment have 4 petals, and that is going to start to explode as they secure the Otacon.
I feel like they have to recognize that this is gone. There's too much missing on the map, and they just weren't in a position to contest. There's a world, of course, where they could try and force the Baron. But again, we talk about these disengage tools. Bard can stall, Azir is still there that can poke away at you. There's also the Poppy ultimate. It's a difficult thing to force. Your best play is to try and find a pick instead, try and force onto a player. But CFO weren't quick enough on the trigger. AL also playing very respectfully. Means that that's just an easy Otacon secured. The good news is that not that many petals overall for AL.
I mean, they got about 11 from it, and obviously they'll get more if they get takedowns, but for the moment it just evens out the scores. Kyle is caught out, has to flash, looking for the Cosmic Binding as well. The explosive cards will knock all of AL back, and CFO will take it and disengage the fight. Kyle no longer has that flash, but no Summoner's Burnt on the side of AL.
Gragas ultimate, while on cooldown, is coming up pretty quickly. Going to be unavailable, of course, as the Dragon is now alive. Tarzan forced to flash with Summoner Burn. Driver very isolated, though.
Shanks goes in, flash away from Driver, dodges the Emperor's Divide. So that's 2 flashes and an ultimate down now for AL, and CFO see their window. They'll start up the Drake, knock back Tarzan. Gets the knockup, but it's only onto Kaiwing. Weaver's Wall will separate the fight out a little bit. Doggo and Junja waiting for Hongyu to back them up. Shanks trying to put the damage in from the side. Kyle forced away. Kaiwing on that front line as he tries to get through the pit. Junja in there, but it's secured by Kyle, who may have switched to Smite. Junja's going to have to get the hell out. The curtain's open. Junja's already down. Decides to shove across the wall into the bullet time. Isn't enough to kill off Shanks. Kaiwing will fall in the end. And somehow AL win out the fight in the river. Hongyu slammed into the wall and massacred by anyone's legend. Doggo follows suit. In the end, a double for Hope and a 5-for-1 exchange.
I think that may very well just be game. The death timers are very long. AL see the Nexus in their eyes. There's no one standing in their way, and they're looking to close out game 1.
For so long, it seemed like CFO could get back into the game. AL had this lead, and then in one explosive fight, they just rip any control of the game away from the LCP #1 seeds. It's 1-0 AL.
A lot of things were happening in that final fight. A lot of things. Shanks on the flank, the knockback from Poppy, the wall to intersect. It was an interesting game because it wasn't that traditional just throw all the bodies at one another because of how much disengage there was available on both sides. But I think we saw really strong stuff from either team. Ultimately, though, AL's control around the neutrals, I think, was the big winner. The way they navigated the fights, the way they came back around the Dragons was very well done. And they take the first point in this best-of-5 series.
That they do, Reddy. That they do. And expected result, perhaps not an expected way to get there. We're going to hand over to Shox, who is standing by with AL coach Tabe.
I am indeed. Tabe, chaotic end of the game there. Are you thankful to your support for getting the Dragon?
I think it is a very tough game, but we managed to win because our team composition is a late game compo.
What are the main challenges you think in playing CFO?
Because we decided to exchange using Azir, exchange Talia, and to seek for some counter pick. For example, like Yorick to Gragas and Bard to Alistar. But it is pretty hard because enemy has Talia and Zhao Xin, so they have a really good early game and mid game team fight ability. So they have given us a lot of Dragon pressure.
Yeah, a lot to work against, but congratulations on game 1. I'm let you join your team, and of course, good luck.
Thank you so much, Shox. Always valuable draft insights from Tabe. We know it, but he is right on that. the clock was going in their favor here. An amazing team fight composition in the end.
Yeah, and you saw the way that they were able to stall out the game after getting a lot of these early objectives. We knew it was coming, but Flandre's team fighting Yorick coming in from the side lanes to help out the team, snag someone, throw some ghouls at people.
Yeah, I gotta say, I did not expect it.
Boom! Basically, that was what happened in the bot side team fight around Otacon. Anytime there were, you better get back up. Where it was getting really dicey back and forth.
Great Twitch moments, guys. It's fine. But I was not expecting a Yorick to have so much impact in team fight. I agree with you.
Yes, and so that was something that a lot of people expected. I was wondering who was going to be roaming first between him and Driver. It seemed like he got the first hit. But my interest was going to be around how they used Herald, because I think AL going into this tournament is a Herald-driven team. They have 100% Herald percentage so far in this team fight, or like in this event. So for this HyperX Reflex replay, I wanted to basically highlight their use of Herald and basically how they kind of pincered around mid lane. So as we start this play out, my focus is going to be where Tarzan is heading. So Tarzan is already going straight here. You can already see Honkyu notice him and try and push him out there, has the control word. If you pause right here, what you will see immediately is a problem for Honkyu. Right here, yes, Tarzan's not going anywhere at all. And you can already see, boom, the Bard is already hunting for an option. And if you continue on this replay, it's going to be, boom, they stun, they Bard ulti the Talia, they then poppy ulti the Alistar behind him, and they target him down, and you can already see Shanks come through and finalize the kill. Because it could have just been, you know, poppy ulting the Talia, and Alistar is completely fine with that. He's going to get out of that one pretty scot-free. But not only did they get the turret mid lane, they get a pick, and they kind of snowball that lead.
And there's a really great recognition of the fact that they could go for that play immediately, because then you had this dive onto Flandre in the bot side, right, at 18 minutes just before. So you see them recognize, like, okay, with like all of them are in bot side, you know what, we're just going to pop Herald mid, we're going to go for this, and that was kind of the, not back-breaking moment necessarily, but it was where I thought they took the map in their favor and kind of ended up still having to fight for Drakes, but slowing down the game a lot.
Absolutely. And looking at the next game, Tabe was talking about the draft priorities and how giving away to Leah, grabbing the Azir, they know exactly what champions they want to use. What are we looking at here for the next game on the side of CFO improvements? And do you think they should sub in the other top laner, or was not even an issue here?
I don't think it was an issue. I think Driver's been having an amazing tournament thus far. I think the team fights were really close, yes, for the reasoning for the comp. You can already see how much damage came through from the Misfortune. The combination of Xin Zhao, Misfortune, Alistar was just a big threat. And I think AL just played a little bit better, and it was just one smite away from them being able to get Mountain Soul. So I think CFO did a lot of good within their draft, and actually some of the fights, they just need to execute just a tiny bit better.
I'm looking at that Doggo damage.
Yeah.
Once again, wondering if that can be something that can help CFO in the next games.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw moments where Doggo looked like he was on the precipice of popping off in some of these fights. I think another thing that AL really tracked well was keeping this Talia out, right? Like we saw that kind of wall where he got immediately exhausted. That is the big thing for me. Get Honkyu on something like the Aurora. I think we have the two most stunning Aurora performances in these two mid laners. So get him on something where he is going to be able to carry and basically find those flanks in team fights.
So no subs, Driver stays in. I'm taking that CFO is really confident with the approach and the preparation they have here.
I think you should be. I think they're going to look at a lot of those fights and say we should just play them slightly better, and I would agree with that. I'm just interested to see later on in the series, if Rest comes in, it has to be on something like a carry option like Jace.
Let's see if it comes up a bit later, but so far nothing changes. Heading into Game 2, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Hunter in the dark. mixture of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Chaos around me, so many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talk is...
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then we rock.
Going on that front line as he tries to get through the pit. Junja in there, but it's secured by Kyle, who may have switched to smite. Junja's going to have to get the hell out. The curtain's open. Junja's already down. Decides to shove across the wall into the bullet time. Isn't enough to kill off Shanks. Kaiwing will fall in the end. And somehow AL win out the fight in the river. Honkyu slammed into the wall and massacred by anyone's legend. Doggo follows suit. In the end, a double for Hope and a 5-for-1 exchange. It was close-ish until it wasn't in game one, as AL were able to bounce back against, well, I say bounce back, AL were able to win the game against CFO, bounce back against a little bit of CFO pressure in the mid-game as we get ready for game two. Vedi, anything going to change, do you expect?
Well, I think that we saw the value of that Bard come through massively against the Alistar specifically. It was a really difficult match for Kaiwing. While he did every now and then find some good opportunities, it felt so hard to follow up on any of his engages. The Poppy constantly acting as an effective disengage tool, then the range that came through from both the Azir and the Jhin, like in the extended fights, it felt like that the longer the game went on, the harder and harder it became to play for CFO. So let's see how things change up, because obviously a lot of power picks were left available in game one. Some of the most high priority champions that we expect, with things like Pantheon, the Rumble, still available. We already see the Pantheon banned away. Both the Varus and the Ezreal still going to be taken away early on in the draft, with the Vi to quickly follow suit.
Yeah, we continue to see whether or not something like the Rumble will make its way through this draft. Sion as well, obviously possible, because Driver is still in the game. Not the rest can't play it, but Driver is the one that CFO look to when they want someone to play that top lane tank, one of his best picks across the course of his career. For CFO, electing to be back on the blue side. Thinking about their third ban in this first rotation, Trundle will be the pick, which really does signal maybe it's going to be a Sion.
Perhaps, could be. And it's going to be banned, unsurprisingly. Looking at some of the other champions, like Cassante could still be an option. Of course, yeah, the Rumble's still available. They can put that in Driver's hands. Again, we usually associate Driver with being more of the tankier player. Yeah. Normally, Rest is closely associated with more of the carry-style champs, but Rumble's up and they want to grab it. So that's going to be locked in for Driver on the top side of the map. How is AL looking to respond? Of course, with Varus and Ezreal, two of the kind of premier AD carry champions on the patch gone, along with both the MF and the Jhin. Things like Skarner we've seen come through slightly early on in the draft. Of course, the Wukong, Annie Wukong, still a very viable option that AL could lean towards.
Going to be the Ryze immediately locked in for them on that first pick on red side. Alongside that, a jungler makes a lot of sense. Ryze Wukong is something we see quite often because you can deliver the Wukong to the backline with that Realm Warp if you need to, and that is where Tarzan's going to go here for AL.
Now, we've seen Honkyu bring out the Cassio before. It's a good matchup into the Ryze. Can also be very obnoxious for the Wukong to have to deal with. But you are already then stacking up a lot of AP. With Yone still available, if they wanted more of an AD option, they could go in that direction. Tristana as well as another possibility. But it ultimately depends what sort of jungle matchup they want. We mentioned the Skarner earlier, provides a very solid front line, great utility. CFO made wonders happen against Koi, utilizing this pick just the other day.
And also played the Tristana against T1 in that game 5, which they ended up losing. But, obviously are experienced on that sort of combination. Corki as well, very powerful AD carry right now. Not so often played mid anymore, usually goes down towards that bot lane, and with how well Doggo's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to give him something that can be aggressive, that can control the 2v2.
So they want to assure Doggo a favorable matchup. This increases the value of Leona, which we did see banned from AL in the previous draft. See now what the final lock-in. Does AL want to match on the AD carry, or do they want to match on the top side of the map? Could possibly be a Gwen for Flandre. Ooh.
And Nico was banned by CFO in the first rotation in game 1, and it will be locked in now Obviously, Nico, Corki, just an incredibly powerful combination together. You have those Tangle Barbs, you've got the Pop Blossom, you've got the ability just to nuke someone in the middle of a team fight.
I also just think that picking range supports into a known engaged player, I think it's just an effective strategy.
Yeah.
Because now if they want to, they can pinch the support pool, they can then force him onto a champion that you're expecting. And I love that the Caitlyn ban is still coming through, just assuming that there's the possibility of this Corki going into the mid lane, into the Rise. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Leona banned away again. Maybe they consider Rel a greater threat, so they could look to ban that instead. But for CFO, they should look to try and target that AD carry pool. Try and put hope on something that's a little bit harder to execute. They could consider a Kai'Sa ban if they're worried about potential dive. Lucian is another possibility. Just a very strong 2v2 laner that can pair up nicely with the Braum.
Kalista very similarly, right? It teams up so well with the Nico, the ability to chuck her in with that Fate's Call. Get rid of that, maybe get rid of the Lucian as well is kind of where my mind is going just because of the burst potential of it. So we'll see where CFO decide to go with their final ban. For the moment, AL having a little bit of a think. Do they really think this Corki's going mid? My expectation is very much that it will go towards Doggo, but obviously there's still that possibility. There's the Leona ban, so AL sticking with their bans from game 1.
Okay. Rakan is always a possibility. I can't say that I love it, but just thinking about what engaged supports they could consider.
I'm going to be honest, I hate Rakan here. If I'm playing Rakan into Wukong, into Rise, who can just rune prison me, and into a Nico, I am having the worst time of my life.
I didn't say it was a good pick, I just said it was a pick.
It is a pick. I 100% agree with you there. I do not think it's what you should be going here. I think that Leona would have been the best choice. You could go for something like a Nautilus, but then the Wukong decoy can block you and the Shape Splitter can block you. There's the Lucian. Sivir was banned away by CFO, and immediately AL grabbed the Lucian for themselves.
Remember, there's always the possibility that this Nico is top.
That's true.
We ourselves have seen AD Nico top, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility. Into a Rumble especially, it could be quite a good matchup. There right now, the AD carry hovers, so AL's instincts definitely on the money.
It really was. They've done their research. It looks like it is going to be the Corki in the mid lane, and then Kai'Sa for Doggo in this AD carry position. Still looking towards support, we assume. Obviously, Rumble could be support, you know?
They could do Rel or Nautilus. I think both pair nicely with the Kai'Sa.
I dislike Nautilus only because of the Shape Splitter and the decoy from the Wukong.
Sure.
It's quite hard to get onto someone because they can just chuck out a clone and stop you in your tracks. Some animated discussion there from CFO. And like, Nautilus does have the depth charge that can follow a Lucian if he tries to get away.
Lane is kind of how I think about it. It pairs nicely with the Kai'Sa. Also just the potential lockdown. It synergizes relatively well with CFO's composition. I will say at first I felt like they built a little bit more of a front to back composition. The fact that you had the Skarner, you had the Corki with decent poke from range. You also then have the Rumble ultimate that can come down through from the backline. To then have the Kai'Sa trying to dive into the backline. Do I trust Doggo? Absolutely. The man's had a fantastic tournament, and based on game 1, we've seen that this man plays with nothing but confidence. But in terms of how their bot lane synergizes with the top side of the map, I don't know if I love it. Meanwhile, for AL, like, their composition is relatively short-ranged. Both Rise and Lucian have both a strength and a weakness in that once they close the gap, they can do a lot of damage, but they do have to get close to their opponents. The Galio is going to provide not only a good matchup into the Rumble, but also extra protection, while Kyle is going to be that primary engaged tool with the Wukong, effectively acting in tandem. The knockup comes through from the Wukong, well then you're going to have another one come from the Nico, and whichever way it starts, it's going to do some serious damage in the team fights.
Non-subscribers will be back in 30 seconds time. For CFO, they just have to be hyper aware in this game. A Realm Warp with either a Nico or a Wukong in it, followed up by the hero's entrance, followed up by subsequent Cyclone or Pop Blossom, is a very tricky thing to deal with. They don't have a huge amount of escape potential on things like the Rumble or the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa can kill her instinct, but she needs someone to be tagged to do that. Nautilus can try and dredgeline his way away. But it does feel like if anyone's Legend get on towards that back line, it's really tricky for CFO to play. They want to poke a little bit with the Equalizer, they want to poke a little bit with the Corki, and then they want to be able to dive in themselves.
All right, well, let's jump into game 2, see how things pan out. Medic and I are going to do our best to... Oh, hang on.
Oh, Kyle is ignited. He's trying to dodge, misses, but the hook from Kaiwing goes wide. He still gets the kill. Hongyu now down to 0 HP as Hope will take that kill. They're going to chase Kaiwing away, who doesn't have flash and doesn't have ignite and doesn't have a leg to stand on. AL find 2 in an incredible early exchange.
Okay, let's get a replay on that one. So it's a fight for the brush, it seems like. They realize that Kyle, he's not backing away, and so CFO says, sure, we'll take this fight. The hook goes extremely wide. The flash auto attack, because it had started, it's gonna finish, gets the kill on the Kyle, but so much damage was done onto Hongyu. Hope, why not flash in? You've got the backup of Tarzan and Shanks by your side. He gets the secondary kill as well because the flash was gone from Kaiwing. So now this Lucian is starting the game with 2 kills.
Has an extra longsword as well from that back. Gets back into the lane in time for the wave, so there's not even an experience differential.
Yeah, that is a worthwhile trade, I would say.
Still has his barrier as well, just in case something goes wrong in the lane. You can see Doggo standing a little bit further back as Akaya will land that blooming burst. And for the moment, it's going to be a very tricky situation for the CFO bot lane. The jungle is starting on opposite sides of the map. Jinjo went Razor Beaks into Krugs, and then we'll do his red and path towards top. Whereas we see the Wukong starting on the red buff, going to his Krugs, and then down towards that bottom side, which does make a lot of sense. I'm going to be honest, if your Lucian gets 2 kills early doors, you should probably be ganking that lane.
I very much agree. I think that they should be throwing everything in the kitchen sink towards that bot side of the map, especially with no summoners available on the Nautilus. So Hongyu with good push on the mid lane. Driver, understandably, going to sit underneath his tower, knowing that he is largely on the weak side of the map for now.
Oh, Shanks
taking an unfavorable trade. Good route will keep Hongyu in place. Of course, doesn't have the W just yet, but he is close to getting it.
He does have his flash, does Shanks, so can escape Hongyu, who used his flash in that level 1. But Hongyu showing the power of the Gatling gun in the lane there, especially with Ryze having relatively short range. You can just Gattle him down. Shanks looking for the overload, and he'll find it! And we just see Hongyu pushing up daisies, just as I'm praising him. Shanks puts him in his place.
I think the mistake from Hongyu was using that Q on the wave to last hit those 2 minions. Without that tool available with the long cooldown, Shanks knew that he had the trade advantage. So he walks up, goes for the trade, and he ends up getting a kill. No flash available on Hongyu, no way for him to escape. Beautifully done.
And after game 1 was so slow, it's great to see the second fastest all-time first blood between these 2 teams at 38 seconds.
You saw that Q being used on the minions, and with that gone, it just Shanks knows, I now have more damage than you at level 3. I get to press more buttons than you do, which results in a solo kill for Shanks.
And for Hongyu, maybe trying to rectify some of his earlier mistakes. Hope and Kyle.
That's a dive. They are diving this tower, Medic.
That they are. You can see
you have to run
on his way down here. Kaiwing and Doggo backing away. Kaiwing's Ignite is back up, and Nautilus, notoriously tricky to dive because he has so much CC in his kit. Tarzan will come around the corner. And with the Blooming Burst coming out, Shanks with good damage onto Hongyu. Valkyrie across from Hongyu. Phosphorus Bomb going wide again as Shanks looks for the overload, but doesn't quite connect.
Phase rush coming in. Very valuable there for Shanks. The bot lane surviving the threat of a dive. A lot of farm going to be lost though, as Hope continues to build a lead on the bot side of the map. Biscuit still available for Doggo, but with 2 health pots on Hope's side. Oh, wait, this might be another kill.
Might just be dead again!
He has to back away.
Shanks still has flash here. Good spell flux through a little bit of damage. Overload the wave. We'll see. Honkyu's gonna stay around. Doesn't have the teleport. Used it back into the lane after his death. So dying again here, especially on a cannon wave, would be absolute disaster. Not only for Hongyu, but also for CFO as a whole. The fact that this Corki is gonna be so far behind in the early game, devastating when you want to play around those early spikes.
Everything is just going the way of anyone's legend right now. Ooh, he goes under the tower.
Flash away from Shanks.
That was ambitious. Yep, that was a close one, Shanks. But he is just denying Hongyu as much as he possibly can. Finally gets punished for his aggression. Nice roam comes through from Kaiwing. Still though, AL in the driver's seat for now with the advantage that they've been able to build.
Hongyu will be very happy to get this wave pushed out. Has the tier, will start stacking up. Now going to recall and start to build towards his first item. Hope is the big lead, really, for AL, as he has about 6,500 gold as his advantage. Double longsword pickaxe into a Rectrix. That is a sizable difference in terms of damage profiles right now.
Well, ultimate just going to be used to clear out that wave. We've seen it many times before. That's not Shanks. Surprise! Doggo going to take a bit of damage, but nothing too serious. And again, we find ourselves in a slower early game once again. Remember that both these teams
had 4 kills at 6 minutes.
Yeah, but now it's calmed down.
Now it's calmed down.
That's what I mean. Okay. No, like that. Both sides taking a breather. CFO don't want to fight more right now. They would very much like to hit a pause, timeout. That's what they're getting. An opportunity to farm. Full clear is going to continue to come through from the junglers, kind of as we expected. Level 6s are really important. Hongq can have a little bit more range now that he has access to his ultimate as well. And Shanks is moving into the fog of war. So he does have his ulti. The bot lane is very healthy still, though. So Doggo and Kaiwing shouldn't be too concerned. Kaiwing really wants to protect this wards.
Hope will be able to, not Hope, Kyle will be able to walk around and take that one down, disguised as Hope in that bottom side. Drake is up. Tarzan playing around that Scuttlecraft for now, hits the level 6 off it as well, so has the Cyclone if he wants to look towards that bottom side. Tarzan clearing out a ward here, will just decoy over the wall, and it looks like with the pressure that they have in bot and in mid, anyone's Legend are going to look for the first neutral of the game.
And I don't think CFO can really contest it. With the sheer amount of pressure that's happening on the bot lane, and with Shanks getting that solo kill, it's just, AL are a little too strong right now. CFO, as we mentioned earlier, just need a bit of a timeout, need a bit of a pause to get their footing back in before they really look for a fight. Shanks, though, he's not done.
Hongq having the Valkyrie means that he can get to safety, but it's a tool used that allows Tarzan just a little bit more safety around the Drake. Second time in 2 games, we've seen AL get the first Dragon of the game. In game 1, though, CFO were able to strike back pretty effectively by getting the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Taunt coming out from Flandre is Galio such a common matchup into the Rumble now, often used just to negate his laning phase and negate the power that he can have in pushing in that top lane.
I was kind of expecting a swap to come out a little bit earlier from CFO, but I guess because Drive is doing so well in terms of the 1v1 matchup, they still wanted to give him that opportunity to be a carry in the mid game. The Rumble, of course, going to spike very hard once you get that first item finished off.
That's the worst feeling as a top laner, though. When your bot lane gives 2 kills over to the enemy AD carry in the early game, and then they're like, hey man, any chance we can swap lanes? I'd love to go top for grubs. It's like, no, I don't want to deal into the guy that
I'm good up here.
Yeah. And he is going to teleport back up to top, opening up through mid. There were Doggo and Kaiwing, so it looks like it might be a grubs fight with the expectation that Hongq teleports down towards that bot side as the waves go in later.
Doggo sacrificed a lot there. TP now going to come through from Flandre. The grubs started off. It's hard for Tarzan, though. He's quite far away.
Flandre goes in with the Justice Punch, doesn't land the taunt. Kyle has the Pop Blossom level 6 and the Flash. Hongq's going to try and chunk him out with a Gatling gun. Smite already used by Junja will be back up in a couple of seconds' time. Tarzan could just step in here and steal away one of these grubs, but he's looking for a flank of his own. Junja gets the 2nd Smite off. I wonder if CFO will just disengage. Doggo culled down to 300 HP. CFO should retreat from this. The Realm Warp coming out as well. We'll bring Tarzan onto the back line. There's the Cyclone Pop Blossom, and it's a Venn diagram of death here for CFO. AL find 2 as they sweep away the LCP.
Quick collapse from AL as they find a fight in CFO's jungle. The grubs, though, 2 were secured by CFO. So at least some good news as their camps are starting to fall on the top side. Tarzan, is he going to turn his attention to that last grub? Looks like he's not that interested in it, to be honest. But a nice fight from AL. That's the idea behind the composition, right? Tarzan finds an angle in. And this is what I mean by the follow-up. Whether it's Kyle to start the fight or Tarzan doesn't really matter, and it was something you were saying a lot in the draft. The Rise ultimate just makes it so easy. It's a delivery system. And this package arrived right on time. The Galio ultimate, quick to follow. The knockup comes through, the follow-up is there. And the Wombo combo is clean. Forces the flash out from Junja. He doesn't quite get over the wall. And it's 2 kills secured for AL.
And the great thing for AL about fighting in narrow points like that is there's only so many ways you can try and escape. So if Kyle comes from one flank and Tarzan comes from the other, it's really hard for CFO to actually disengage the fight effectively. We saw them almost getting out, but as soon as the Pop Blossom comes across the top of it, you're pretty much done for. 2,000 gold lead or thereabouts now for AL. You can see most damage in that last fight done by Kyle.
Supports are very balanced.
It's early game, man. It's all base numbers, right?
Yeah,
He's got a hexacoordinator now, though, if he wants
keep
to.
coping, Medic. It's all good.
I mean, I don't play support anymore. I'm a Phil main.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Learning the power of the AD carry role.
I feel like some people have learned some very valuable lessons about the AD carry role recently.
What do you mean tank builds don't work, Benny?
Well, Dragon spawning in about 1:30 seconds. I imagine that AL will want that, as they usually want every objective on the map.
It's going to be really interesting to see how CFO bounce back from this, because in game one, they were able to get some of these early neutrals, they were able to get some of the stuff off the map. Here, AL are just controlling everything and have a large chunk of change in their back pockets.
I mean, Hongq just feels so weak right now. You know, a Tia, a Tunneler, a Ruby Crystal, like, you can't win out on the trades against Shanks anymore. You lost your flash again. And the tower helping make the trade even, but with this constant pressure on side, it means that AL will always have access to the river first. Shanks is just going to keep the pressure up. Hope with the Essence River already completed against Doggo as well. CFO just can't really afford to fight right now. And so every fight that they get baited into means that AL just get to accelerate the game even more than they already have. A 2K lead at 12 minutes in is a very difficult spot for CFO to be in. Of course, coming into this series, it was always going to be an uphill battle against the LPL first seed. But I definitely wasn't expecting this level of dominance here in Game 2. But at the same time, how can you predict a level 1 fight to go the way that it does?
That's the thing. We've all been in solo queue games where level 1 just decides everything. Someone gets a massive lead, and currently that's Shanks and Hope. Shanks 750 gold ahead. Sorry, Shanks is 700, Hope is 750. Tarzan's even almost 800 ahead himself, has that Triforce already complete, and his jungle pet is 6 stacks closer to finishing than we see for Ginger, which just means his smite is more likely to be up for these big objectives, especially around the Rift Herald, if he can manage to get there before Ginger actually fully upgrades his pet. But with a red buff up, Ginger should be able to get there within the next couple of minutes or so. He's got the Krugs as well. CFO posturing around the Drake. I don't think it's the best idea. Hook is going to hit onto Kyle.
Too slow.
There. Ginger going in with the smite. It's secured by Tarzan. Hero's Entrance coming out as well. Calling onto Hongq. Realm Warp there for the follow-up. Kyle trying to get in with the Pop Blossom. Ginger there first. Target up towards the top side. Hongq will fall first. Kaiwing next as Hope flashes forward for the kill. Ginger follows suit. It's a massacre. AL pick up 3 more.
CFO approached an area of the map that they were not allowed to approach. This is a no-fly zone, and AL quickly pick up 3 kills. CFO should have prioritized looking for a crossman, maybe getting some plates elsewhere on the map, but instead, they're just spectators. Ginger thinks that he can get a steal by coming in from over the wall. Notice that Flandre has already rotated down into the mid lane. Has the ulti available. Shanks with the ulti as well. Flandre tries to join in on the portal, can't quite get in range. And while the ultimate is pretty good from Ginger, he gets locked down by Kyle. Tarzan's able to pick up the kill onto Ginger. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, 2 fall as well. AL picking up 3 kills, second dragon of the game. It's a 4K gold lead, and game 2 feels near but almost over.
The only speck of blue down towards the bottom is Driver, who has about a 600 gold lead. Most of that because Flandre wasn't there for the last couple of minutes. He's down towards that dragon side. Shanks at this MSI having an absolute whale of a time, especially in this game on this rise. Involved in 7 of the team's 8 kills, 14 minutes in, has a huge gold lead as well. And for CFO, you're really looking at, like, can we find a pick? Can we play him out of pocket of vision? They do have some vision up towards this top side with the Rift Herald there. But as you can see, Ginger's still yet to complete that jungle pet.
I know that LPL fans have been really enthusiastic about showcasing Shanks on the international stage, and I do hope his performance will garner him more attention, more fans. I mean, his series versus Chovy was already incredibly impressive. The fact that he's continuing that level of dominance. At game 1, he was a little bit quiet, but in so many of those fights, he was kind of the quiet carry. Like, you highlighted a lot, the individual gold lead that he was able to build, and this game just completely singling Hongq out of the game, solo killing him with his lack of flash. He's having a fantastic performance, and he's going to continue to do so, I expect, throughout this series. Going to take stock of the situation, and it's Rift Herald on the map. And the problem for CFO is even though they have that first item completed, I don't know if they actually feel strong enough to go for a fight. Might be their last opportunity, because I guess you could argue that in terms of... Oh, never mind. That's a before he quick plays finished. Or hope. I was about to say, in terms of itemization, they're not too far apart, and then the second item gets finished with the Lucian, and you're like, okay, you're a little bit behind now.
Just a smidge, Eddie, just a smidge. At the moment, though, Tarzan is on the bottom side of the map, shadowing Shanks.
Is there a play here?
I mean, it's always possible. Tarzan will clear out the vision. Shanks decides against the play, as you have to feel Rifthold probably the key objective. AL could play for first tower as well for the feats of strength. They've managed to chunk these out quite a bit, load them down to about half HP, at least in this mid lane for now. Just let the Wukong clear through his entire jungle and then work your way up towards the top side. TP coming out from Shanks as he's going to match Hongq once again. You can see a little bit of vision invested to get sight on CFO's blue side jungle. Kaiwing is stepping in here. There's a small window where Hope and Kael are alone, but you have to be careful of the hero's entrance, the Realm Warp, and that Cyclone. Tarzan joins up with his bot lane to try and control this river. Flandre there in the mid lane to push out the wave. Shanks has gone missing on the map, and because of that, CFO immediately back away. They cede control of this river, and AL should be able to get their third neutral objective.
I think CFO might still try and contest this, Medic.
Okay, the killer instinct from Doggo. He's a long way away right now, can jump in. Ginger trying to posture around it as Kael locks him up. Kael down to half HP, does still have that Pop Blossom Taunt coming out. It's going to land, but only onto the Nautilus. There's a culling follow-up, Death Charge, Pop Blossom! And Nautilus is the one who just goes pop. Hero's entrance comes in for the Magic Shield on Kael. Cyclone for the chase on Ginger. Shanks is going to Realm Warp behind them, and Ginger taunted up and taken out of the fight. They'll get one in response. Tarzan has fallen, but the objective and the win in the fight goes over to AL once again.
CFO are desperate to get something back, but I feel like this is not the way you do it. They just approach the objective, not respecting the amount of control that AL have, and at the very least they do get a shutdown onto Tarzan. But 2 kills go the way of AL, and Kaiwing, he knows that they don't have control. He walks up towards the brush anyway, working with Ginger, thinking they can, at the very least, maybe get some space back, but look at the lockdown that comes through. Now, admittedly, a lot was used on the Kaiwing, which means they don't really have that many tools to chase after. Doggo commits the ulti. The fight then becomes split as AL turn their attention to the top side of the fight. They get the kill onto Ginger, and they decide not to chase anymore as Hongq trades one back onto Tarzan.
But AL love when the fight is split because they have so many tools to get to the right side of the skirmish. Yeah. The hero's entrance, the Realm Warp, we saw it there. They have the ability, as soon as CFO split up into 2 separate groups, they can just jump on whichever group they find more advantageous. AL will now jump onto their 3rd dragon of the game, Ocean Soul Point in their sights. CFO could look for the fight again, but they don't have the ultimates really for it. Might just be Ginger riding through the walls to try and get the steal. Doesn't even go for it. AL, 1 Drake away from Soul, 18.5 minutes in.
This is the thing, CFO is a very objective-driven team. Typically, they like to try and gain that space, look for fights around these neutrals. But I feel like in this window, they should be trying to cross-map. That top tower should be easy pickings. At the very least, it would be some gold back. Maybe funnel it into Hongq or Doggo to put them in a position where maybe if you can get a good fight, they would have enough itemization to swing the fight in their favor. But instead, they're just acting as spectators. They're just watching as AL secures another objective. They put themselves on Soul Point, as you highlighted. Now, Artican spawns in a minute's time. Always a scary objective to start off. We saw how tense the last few fights were in the previous game. They're looking for a play.
Oh, the flash onto Hope as they dash into him. The equalizer not enough to kill him. And the Pop Blossom will turn it around. The Impale landed on a couple as Kael is forced away. AL able to survive through the burst of CFO.
Really nice idea, very well executed, just not quite enough damage. Yep. They're just too far behind in terms of the gold. They don't have the items needed to secure a kill. Hope is able to flash away to safety. They did get both of his summoner spells out, but they had to commit a lot to get that.
Get the flash out of Tarzan as well as he came to the aid of his teammate. CFO have shown like they know how to pull the trigger, but as you say, when you're 5k in the hole this early on in the game, it's really tricky to have enough damage, especially with Doggo only being at 1 item right now. Hope on his way to his 3rd with another pickaxe in his inventory. A couple of pings coming out on the Artican. I think it's more for Kaiwing just to get some vision around there if he can.
4.5k the gold lead. AL turn their attention towards that bot out of tower. It is very low. They're doing this the slow and controlled approach. Mid control into bot side, vision control, jungle support working together, Shanks split pushing. Again, we said it in game 1, we're seeing it again in game 2. they smother you with their pressure. And they do it so elegantly as well, because the strategy should be to, like, you kind of commit on one side of the map in response. But the problem is AL have such a huge gold lead that even if you do, like, can you kill Shanks? Like, he has flash, he has ults, and you'd invest all these resources, you try and get something on the top side, and now you have no defense on the bot side. At the very least, Hongq acting as good wave clear right now. Junja trying to defend.
TP to mid from Shanks, and it looks like AL wants to start up this Atakan, or at least pull CFO into a tricky situation. TP comes out as well from Drivers. He wants to join the fight. Has the equalizer available. All ults up for either side. Shanks, though, can just play around that mid-tier 2. Currently hovering in that fog of war. Does have the Realm Warp. Hongq's going to answer the wave in mid as the Cullen comes down. And chunks out Driver. A third of his HP gone. Just chip damage more than anything else. Hope walks back into the Atakan, man.
All good, all good. Just a love tap. Hope gonna stay bot, try and catch this wave. Flandre now takes up residence on the top side of the map. Has the TP available.
Yeah, the thing is now Hongq has to answer that top wave, right? Because the TP has been used by Driver on the Rumble. So Hongq into the Galio. It's kind of what we've seen over the last couple of minutes. CFO will use their short window while AL have backed away to get a tiny bit of vision for themselves. Kaiwing looking to see perhaps if a pick is possible onto Shanks, but Shanks very respectfully just standing all the way back at the tier 1. Doesn't need to step forward because all they're doing is waiting for Flandre to have that wave pushed in. As soon as they see Hongq showing up, that's their signal to step a little bit further forward.
In the minimap once again, Flandre rotating down towards the mid wave. It's going to get that mid control. CFO in a good position for a pick if they can catch Shanks. I love this idea from CFO. Set these traps. It's the best situation that you can go for when you're this far down in gold. He'll yet to actually start the subjective off.
Driver showing up. He's the bait. The trap is laid.
He's not falling for it though.
They don't have to force anything onto Driver. They're already so far ahead that Driver is purely a cherry on the top of the cake. Atakan is the main objective, and they're just waiting this out.
CFO spent a lot of time here, though. Admittedly, AL haven't gotten a huge amount for it. They've just been clearing out waves, and a lot of damage done onto Flandre.
The problem for CFO is that sequence, the bait bush, didn't work, and now Ocean Drake is up in 20 seconds. Yep. So a fight has to happen. You can't just be sitting, waiting to see if they start the Atakan. Teleport coming in as well by Flandre. AL want this fight.
Yes, they do. But AL, again, smothering the vision. They see so much and CFO sees so little. The clone will be used. CFO fight back as they wrestle their way into the bot side river. Shanks, level 16. Hovering in the tri-brush, has the ulti to create a flank. The dragon started off.
Just going to step forward, immediately jumps onto Shanks. Ooh. The Depth coming out as well with the 6 arm guns enough. Kyle, the first of all in the fight, but meanwhile on the back line, Tarzan begins to rip through CFO. Doggo trying to get away as Kaiwing looks for the hook but can't land it on Shanks or Hope. Meanwhile, Driver falls to Flandre, and now it's all on the bot lane for CFO. Doggo, no killer instinct, no flash, just has the cleanse, and CFO won't take the fight any further. AL secure the soul, win the fight, a 6,500 gold lead as Doggo escapes, but Kaiwing does not. It will be a 4-for-1, a soul for AL, and you have to feel the Atakan alongside it.
The ultimate's going to be used to quickly rotate towards the Atakan. The bot tower is available for them if they want it as well. We're going to look back at this MasterCard priceless moment, and I love the idea from Junja. Quickly commit onto Shanks, but the response from Kyle was beautiful. A massive Nico ultimate connects onto multiple members, and it gives easy access for Tarzan onto the backline. He does so much damage on the Wukong. Doggo tries to respond with a dive of his own, but he just can't match the damage. He can't match the threat until he's forced to retreat. CFO forced short in the fight once more, and AL with firm authority here in game 2.
And credit to CFO for looking for a fight like that, trying to find the pick, but you are just so far in the hole at this point. 3 items complete on Shanks, 3 items on its way for Hope. So he's got the pickaxe and the BF sword and expect to see that Infinity Edge pretty soon. Only 2 items on Doggo, only on 2 items on Hongq as well. I mean, if a good equalizer comes off and you can lock someone on it for an absolute age, perhaps it's enough with the Bloodletters Leandries, but If I'm CFO, you're probably thinking more about how you bounce back in this series now rather than how you bounce back in this game.
Yeah, it feels pretty impossible for CFO to turn this game around in particular. Of course, they're still going to fish, they're still going to look.
They are hostess after all.
Okay. You just threw me off.
Sorry, man.
Every time. Baron and maybe Elder could be their way back into the game. And speaking of, AL not going to waste any time. Start that objective off. Let's see if CFO can find a miracle fight.
Force a response out of CFO.
Doggo
Teleport
so
available. The driver on this Rumble. Doggo a mile away, but always has the killer instinct to jump into a fight. There's a TP out from the Rumble. Hero's entrance available for Flandre as well, as they dive onto Junja immediately. A 3-man impale, though. It's huge! As Doggo begins to turn the fight around, all on the back of Junja. The killer instinct forward. Hope is extinguished. CFO! From nothing, find it all! An ace in the Baron as well!
That is the miracle that they needed! A perfect ace onto AL. Junja is the target that AL engage on, but he gets an ulti in response. Everything is thrown into him. And look at that, the 3-man suppress means that Doggo, Hongq, and Driver do so much damage. Hope is left isolated, Flandre can't do anything. And CFO get a 5-for-0 team fight with the Baron secured as well. That is a massive injection of gold.
And off the back of who? Off the back of Junja. This guy has led this league for so many years, has been the most valuable player in the LCP, and he gets the 3-man impale to turn it around.
I hope we get the gold graph, because that is a plus 1.2, well, 1K lead now for CFO. What a monstrous gold swing. And these are the situations that we always theorize when we cast games, Medic, but rarely do they ever actualize. CFO with a monstrous punish. I'll flip the game on its head now with this huge injection of gold. They can look to contest the Elder, and with an Elder, they have all the tools they need to win this game.
And there's so much standing gold on the map as well for CFO, because they haven't been able to pick up any of these towers earlier on. Currently only sitting at 2. You can see Driver pushing him for a 3rd down towards this bottom lane. AL still have all the tools that we talked about in their toolkit. They still have the Pop Blossom, the Cyclone, the Realm Warp onto the backline, but they no longer have the massive wallets that allowed them to beat CFO if the fight wasn't entirely in their favor. Now CFO begin to turn things into their advantage. And for AL, first time in this game since 30 seconds in that they have been on the back foot.
That was 8K gold to 1. That is a 9K gold swing? 8K? 9K, right?
Sally probably said the game was over.
Oh, right. Classic. I mean, we said the game was over.
Yes, we did. As CFO
pushing in the mid lane as well. AL have committed 5 members on the bot side of the map.
The risk for Hongq is the Realm Warp, right?
Oh yeah, he's just going to let the minions do the work. He doesn't have to overextend here. CFO going to continue their pressure on the bot sides.
A minute before the Elder. Void Seeker's coming out from Doggo, trying to find his mark. Can't do it for now. That cannon minion will stay standing, though, as another wave in mid will crash in about 10 seconds' time. Wave in bot, about 20 away or so. As Shanks has finally answered mid. Flandre forced a Justice Punch away, has a magic damage shield, so should be fine against that Kaiser for now.
Well, here we go, Medic. The Elder. A situation that I was not expecting, given the game state, is now a very viable option, a window presented.
Look at the goal difference between Hongq and Shanks.
Yup.
2.4K ahead from one fight and a few towers.
Am I right?
What a glow up, man. This guy's having an absolutely exceptional MSI. Winning lane against Faku a couple of times in that series.
Okay, he was getting bodied in this game.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, this game was the aberration in the early game, and now he's back to his position, you know?
Now he's back. He is definitely back.
Interesting build as well, the Black Cleaver, Spear, Manamune, and the GA now.
For a lot of Corkies so far at this tournament. Gives you a lot of shred, a lot more cooldown reduction, a lot more HP as well. So here we go, Elder going to be spawning. It's CFO this time around with position on the dragon.
It's AL who have to walk in. Reminder, they have that Ocean Soul though, so they are going to be able to sustain up through fights. Elder begun now by CFO. AL walk into the darkness. The Elder getting shredded immediately, down to 6,000 HP. AL might not even get in range. Tarzan's going to have to decoy in. The hero's entrance coming out, but there's the Elder, and Tarzan is already down. Kyle popping a heal just to escape the clutches of CFO, but Shanks does not have that same luxury. Slammed into the wall by Ginger. He can stop time for a second, but he's going to be sent to a timeout back to the fountain as Ginger takes him down.
Elder secured, 2 kills secured. CFO now set their sights on the base of AL with one of the craziest comebacks that we've seen at MSI. CFO is looking to equalize this series right here, right now.
For Flandre, Hope and Kyle, you are reeling from this last sequence. Just got to try and defend your base. It looks like CFO might not go for the full push. Ginger's not with them right now, but the rest of the team are posturing forward. Going to take down this inhibitor. Another wave coming in on its way. They're taking their time with it, clearing out the waves coming out of the AL base. Tarzan up in 2 seconds' time. We'll have that Cyclone and a flash. Here's Ginger to join up with CFO. Tarzan goes in with the Cyclone immediately onto Doggo, who cleanses the way, but Hope flashes forward and gets the kill. And now the rest of CFO on the retreat. AL have forced them out of the base for now. 1:30 still on the Elder. That might be the final push we see from it because of double TP from AL. They want this game to end right now. Shanks on the flank, gets onto Driver, spell blocks going out, but he has to be careful because of that Elder buff still remaining on CFO. They'll retreat as 4. Tarzan trying to get in here. Realm Warp up in 6 seconds. Dredge line, depth charge, not enough. No follow-up damage onto Shanks. The Ocean Soul as well, helping them out as Driver goes in with the Flame Spitter, but they just don't have the damage! Phosphorus Bomb finds its mark, a double impale as well. The Torn Coyote goes in with a Pop Blossom, and they'll get one in response. But now it's all on Hope. It rests on his shoulders. He opens up onto Ginger, who flashes away. CFO out with 3 right now. Flandre, Justice Punch forward. Hope dashing in as well. Ginger will fall. Hongkyu has the GA. Is it enough? Hope trying to heal up with that Ocean Soul. And it's a 1v1 between the mid and the bot. The Gatling gun, Valkyrie forward! Hongkyu finds the double.
What a crazy fight as AL do everything in their power to stop the siege from CFO. But the TP is coming through into mid lane. There's only Tarzan left alive. He needs to get back to base. CFO, they're looking to... No, this is way too ambitious. Instead, they set their sights on the Baron. My goodness. AL into the face of the Elder, chase down CFO. Only now will the Elder wear off, but another Baron is going to be secured for CFO. The gold lead now monstrous. Tarzan trying to get in range, but it will be too little, too late. The second Baron goes to CFO. My goodness, what felt like a one-sided game, a foregone conclusion. 33 minutes in. We are at 31 kills. CFO with a 5.7k gold lead. And they are 1 fight away from being able to equalize this series.
So, mid lane inhibitor for AL respawns in 2 minutes 40 seconds. Elder Dragon respawns in 2 minutes 40 seconds. The Baron remains on CFO for the next 2.5 minutes, and they'll try and use it to push forward. Shanks is going to Realm Warp out here. Was scared of Ginger on the flank alongside Kaiwing. For CFO,
Hongkyu is full build.
Yep.
He went from what I think 1-5 to 9-5.
Yes, he did. And you look at Shanks, he's only at 3 items. Hongkyu is just incredibly accelerated in this game. Doggo as well has got a Seeker's Arm Guard and is going up towards a Void Staff on this Kai'Sa, giving them just that little bit more magic damage. For AL, it's last chance saloon, you have to feel. A 6,000 gold hole, a 14,000 gold swing. The largest comeback at MSI this would be if CFO...
It might just be one of the biggest comebacks in international history. Like, what an insane swing. They still have to finish the job, though. Great poke onto Kyle. Tarzan fishing for a flank, but he just gets spotted out. CFO don't have a minion wave left to play with. The culling comes through from Hope already. The Realm Warp about to be available. If Shanks can use it to get Tarzan onto the backline. It's not a quick engage, but it is an option.
With the follow-up from Flandre, could be devastating for CFO. Ginger, though, with these impales, has been absolutely on the mark. They step forward, Kaiwing hooks, but only onto the wall. Depth charge, Pop Blossom, Hero's entrance! And once again, it's the 1-4 combo, Kaiwing already down. Doggo Hongkyu Honku have to retreat as Junja's locked up as well. Driver's dead, the Realm Warp forward as AL look for more. Kyle on the flank, the Tangle Barbs onto Junja. Won't get the route, just short. Still a minute before the Elder. TP available for Shanks if they did have a ward, but they don't have the vision. They don't have that flank opportunity.
I mean, that's the scary thing. CFO have demonstrated throughout this game that no matter how far behind they are, they will continue to look for fights. Guess what? AL is exactly the same. It doesn't matter what position they're in, they will continue to look for a fight. And they found another fantastic angle. Kaiwing went a little too deep. He throws the hook, it doesn't quite connect. It drags him into the midst of the AL squad though, and then Driver was there to follow up. Now they engage a little too far, AL can quickly respond, and so they keep their base alive. The Baron is gonna wear off. Not much gold gained off the back of it, and the later and later we go, this gold difference really doesn't mean much. There's a few more items that AL is trying desperately to complete, and once they have it, it's all going to come down to team fight execution, and we've seen these team fights can go either way.
CFO trying to get control over the river with Elder up in 1 second time. Mid lane inhibitors respawn, so it's only normal cannon minions meeting in that mid lane. Tarzan so constantly looking for the flanks here. Has that hero's entrance to back him up and has the flash. No flash at the moment on Driver, but it's about to come off cooldown. I think Honku's is on cooldown as well right now. So there's always the risk. If you can catch out Honku, his Guardian Angel, still a few seconds before that comes back up as well. The waves really don't matter right now. There's one pushed in towards CFO's base as Junja rooted up, but you can see damage doesn't really stick on him. Does on Shanks though. He's taken down by a third. The Shape Splitter used to get a little bit of vision in here.
Health slowly being regenerated for Shanks. Junja with good position in the river. You can feel the tension between these two teams. Elder going to be started off this time around. CFO not playing with the same speed that they were when they last had the Baron. They've got to be cautious about the angles with which AL tried to attack from. They've set their sights on the Flandre.
They land the dredge line, but look at Tarzan across the wall. Goes in with a Cyclone and forces them off his top laner. Kaiwing down to half HP. Tarzan re-engages another Cyclone. The hero's entrance not going to land. The Realm Warp looking at that back line is going to be onto Kaiwing. Honku forced low as Junja takes the brunt of it. The flash is away from CFO. Realm Warp not taken. Equalizes to turn it around, but with Junja at a third HP and the Ocean Soul sitting on AL, it's going to be tricky. You need to heal him back up. There's Krugs and there's Razorbeaks. If he can quickly hit them, he'll regen some of that health. The Elder now the target for AL. No vision in the pit for CFO. The control ward negates the vision that ward would give them, and there's the Elder. AL secure it. CFO immediately back away.
A well-played fight by AL. I thought that after Tarzan had used his ulti to defend Flandre, that was a big engage tool that they had lost. But Shanks using some mind games with the Realm Warp, forcing the Corki to W over the wall to regroup with his team, and then as CFO clumped up, it meant that AL had actually a good opportunity to chase. A really nice culling comes through from Hope, and it puts CFO in a situation where they're forced to retreat. Now the Baron is spawning in 30 seconds. AL, with this Elder buff, can force the fight, and now they're in a much better position to win out on the 5v5.
4 items complete on Hope and the Elder as well. No Void Staff yet for Shanks, but must be pretty close to securing that. CAL just going to force Junja out of this jungle, take away the blue, take away everything they can. It's a suffocation style that AL do so well when they have an advantage in the game. Driver's going to push out that bot side. Doesn't have teleport. For CFO, this is an objective that you just have to give up. Can't fight into Soul Elder, even around the Baron. AL will secure it pretty easily. No real contest coming out from CFO. They just want those waves as far away from their base as possible. We're going to have a crossover of about a minute between the Elder and the Baron buff.
Driver hesitant to push any further on the bot lane. He will go back to base. Now CFO, the main buff they need to be wary of is the Elder. You can see the cooldown bar at the top right of your screen. That means that they'll likely lose an inhibitor. But once the Elder is gone, then CFO can probably look for a fight. The wave clear is going to come through. AL want to keep the pressure up. Shanks going back to base. Numbers advantage for CFO, but again, against this Elder, it's a scary thing to try and force. The TP is available for the Rise.
Honku just trying to harass down this wave from lane, from range, in fact. As AL won't push any further. TP to the mid lane. The Elder going to expire in the next 15 seconds or so. There's the equalizer on the way, but the bound up minions don't take too much damage. Doggo trying to clear it out. AL will play for the mid lane in him, and they'll secure it. CFO wisely backing away. No wave here on the top side, but that tower is down to a third, and AL might just think they can tank it up. They start to do so. Takes a chunk, but it takes a while. Tarzan down to half HP himself, but in the end, AL will secure the inhib tower. Elder about to expire. There it goes. It's off. CFO still backed away and gave up double inhibs.
AL, they're not going to slow down with the pressure, though. They're continuing with the push. Junja, he's incredibly tanky. He's not tanky enough to stop the minions from doing that damage. For now, the Nexus towers stay strong. No objectives on the map, really, so AL have to keep the pressure going.
One of the weaknesses here for AL is that short range that we talked about all the way back in draft. How can Hope get close enough without the rapid fire cannon? Impale going in, there's the pop blossom as Kyle finds 3. Junja falls low, and he'll fall as we look with the engage on towards the backline from Doggo. Doesn't go in with the killer instinct, holds it for the moment. The depth charge used alongside that equalizer. The wave now pushing in there. Tarzan, a hero's entrance. The GA on Tarzan's shoulders will bring him back to life. Both the Nexus towers are down as Kyle begins to open up on the Nexus. CFO trying to defend, but they just can't do it in the face of anyone's legend. 2-0 now on match points.
A well-fought defense by CFO. The fact that they found that miracle team fight into the Baron. They were so close to equalizing the series, but it just wasn't quite enough.
I'm going to head over to the analyst desk to break down that game, and CFO's unlikely comeback just ripped out of their grasp.
That was absolutely insane here. So much back and forth when, honestly, guys, looking at the first 20-25 minutes of the game, I thought it was completely cooked. I thought it was completely cooked for CFO, but they managed to crawl their way back into that game.
Yeah, so many things seem to go wrong for CFO from the level 1, right? Where they give up 2 kills to 1. They're trying for the Nautilus level 1. You see the idea. Hope exits with 2 kills. Shanks is consistently getting the better of Hongq. They set up the map, and then that Baron fight happened.
Oh, God.
And it was AL's game to lose, but thanks to the reliable Cisco network, CFO comes back thanks to Jujia, going into the Baron pit, setting up everything for his teammate to unleash the 7 hells on AL.
With everything that happened in that early game, they had a 7K gold lead. It was insane at that point. So when we do show that replay, going from a 7K gold lead, having that fight happen, get it completely erased, and it's like a 9K gold swing right after the Baron was like completed. So once we see the replay, for me, the focus was like how tenacious CFO actually is as a team. Yes, they go on Junja, but Emily, guess what happens?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is Junja actually gets his suppression off, right? And it's on to the Nico, the Wukong, and the Ryze. Driver's ult comes across all of them. Hongq is absolutely untouched. This is the first fight where he's really able to get in and do damage, which leaves Hope as the only AL damage dealer. And he tries, but he's not going to be able to do it alone.
It was the perfect team fight you could get, a miracle team fight, where Rumble damage on top of Corki damage, even like Doggo moving around the fight from the right side of the fight to the left side of the fight, so he's actually completely getting the full DPS in too. So like 28 minutes in, as you can see.
Look at that gold graph.
Yeah.
Absolutely
That's
insane.
Gold graph. I want to take a minute just to take because we talked about these 2 mid laners. So I wanted to highlight like how this mid matchup kind of did go back and forth for a little bit, but Shanks was able to get the better of Hongq early. And I think that's been a key thing that we've been seeing in talking about, okay, these 2 mid laners are so important for their teams. Who is going to get out on top, right? This is the matchup we set up from the very beginning.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it does feel like, outside of the great, miraculous Baron fight that got Hongq back in it, Shanks has been getting better of Hongq in lane and out of it.
Just even the idea, because they should have been able to, and by they, CFO should have been able to end the game with that pickup. With Elder and everything. They push for the base. Kai'Sa gets picked. Somehow AL still wants to take that fight against an Elder Dragon team. And we're just trading kills. So yes, highlight on Shanks as a player. He was someone that was so dynamic and really integral for them to be able to still win this game. But wow,
How did they make it happen though? How did they get to that last fight? Because I'm thinking about the late game. You have the Rumble, you have the Corki damage, you have the Kai'Sa damage, you have basically CFO who had everything, and yet somehow we finish on a fight like this.
Yeah, for me, I think it's a lot of it is on hope, not just for this fight, but the reason that I end up getting the second Elder, because he just completely takes out Kai'Sa before she even gets into the fight. He is really good at being able to realize someone is isolated from the team. W, ulti, just gunned them down, and it looked like it was just a 4v5 by that second Elder fight.
Well, we've kind of looked at what kind of compositions AL does well with, and this is a composition that's tailor-made for them.
Yeah.
So even when they do lose that Baron fight, they know exactly how they want to play this out with the Wukong, with the Nico being super obnoxious, the Galio and Ryze also able. You have so many champions that are just able to join at any minute or split up the fights. They did play, again, excluding that and the Elder fight, the first Elder fight. They did play these really, really well, right? And you see how comfortable AL are with these champions.
And it has to be heartbreaking for CFO losing a fight like this. Guys, it looks like the gods of League of Legends abandoned them. So I only want to call to the gods of chicken, bring them the tenderness, bring them the crispiness, and give them the strength to come back here in Game 3 right after the break. Where are we going?
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for Legends. Download Opera GX.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then y'all can find.
One of the weaknesses here for AL is that short range that we talked about all the way back in draft. How can Hope get close enough without the rapid fire cannon? Impale going in, there's a pop blossom as Kyle finds three. Junja falls low, and he'll fall as we look with the engage on towards the backline from Doggo. Doesn't go in with the killer instinct, holds it for the moment. The depth charge used alongside that equalizer. The wave now pushing in, there's Tarzan, a hero's entrance. The GA on Tarzan's shoulders will bring him back to life. Both the Nexus towers are down as Kyle begins to open up on the Nexus. CFO trying to defend, but they just can't do it in the face of anyone's legend. 2-0 now on match points. And we're back for what could be the final game of the day. CFO so close to a historic comeback against the LPL #1 seeds, but anyone's legend just proving they are that step above, that cut above through the end of game 2.
Yeah, I mean, on reflection, I think that CFO, with the advantage and position they had, probably just had a few better options. I think
Kyle shouldn't have hooked in. That's what you're saying. I agree with you.
Yeah. Also, like, they could have just waited for Elder, for example. You know, they could have played the game a little bit slower with the position advantage that they had. In any case, they now find themselves in this situation, and I think your takeaway should be that they should be feeling a lot more confident. Like, you look back at that game, okay, we screwed up in the level 1, we fought our way back valiantly, and then we made a bit of a blunder in the late game fights. So they should feel very confident that they can definitely go toe-to-toe with AL. The problem is, I think AL are also going to recognize, all right, let's not do that again. We're going to be jumping into draft, powered by Omen and HyperX. What could be the last game of this series. AL moving over to the blue side. CFO looking to try and get counterpick as Rest will jump into the draft.
And the thing with Rest is he's known much more as the carry player for CFO. We did see him early on the tournament on an Ornn, but that was more because Driver needed the game off. And so the question is, now with counterpick on the red side, can you get enough of an advantage for Rest to actually be able to gain control of the game? Caitlyn and Leona banned out early here from AL. They've been banning those out in the second rotation the previous games. Pantheon and Vi taken away by CFO, actually matching the bans that Anyone's Legend were doing when they were on the red side.
So what will the priority be this time around? Annie was something that was hovered in the first game and is of course still available. The Nocturne ban, we see this come through later on in series, knowing how effective the champion can be, especially when the jungle pool gets thinned out. Ginger has had a Nocturne performance so far in this tournament, and they are respecting his proficiency on the champ. Now on the side of CFO, what are they afraid of? The Varus is the big one for me that stands out. Both Varus and Ezreal are available right now, and Hope, if he can get his hands on it, I'm sure he'd love to grab it, and there's going to be the ban. This means that Ezreal might be an early priority, but Aurora as well. Another champion that both mid laners really love to play. We've seen it first picked in the draft as well, and I guess like Annie would be the immediate response if it does come through. I guess it depends on your preference. Oh, of course. Okay, so an early support, priority.
Yeah, so the thing is, Alistair's gone, Nautilus is gone, Leona's gone, Nico's gone. What other engaged supports are we really looking at? Rakan is the only one that really springs to mind, but Rakan is, you can deal with it in quite a lot of different ways.
There's also Kalista Renata.
True.
There's Braum as a possibility as well.
Are we talking about Kalista Renata as good picks at MSI, or
I'm just saying
neither of them have won a game?
Again, we've gone through this. They are a set of picks that historically have been used into RAL. Okay, I'm just throwing out the option.
Oh, Trundle will be the pick for CFO on this first rotation.
Maybe they're worried about a blind Scion as well.
Yeah, the thing is, AL don't have to ban the Scion away from Driver because Rest is playing, which allows the Scion up for them. And CFO unlikely to pick the Scion themselves, because if you were going to draft Scion, you'd just play Driver, right? So it's Ezreal Trundle as their two picks. Obviously, Trundle very good into the Scion, which pushes Flandre into a slightly different position when it comes to picks.
I was going to question, do they need something like the Xayah now, or do they instead just go for a jungle pick? Tarzan's Lee Sin, an old one, but it's a good one.
There's Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, if you want to play
the Twisted
quite
Fate.
aggressive.
Honestly, I'm glad Twisted Fate has been lower on the priority list. I do not think that champion is being played around very well, and AL going to forego the pick. The Annie will be locked in. Just a very well-rounded mid lane champion right now. She provides good CC, she has solid laning phase, and also just in the mid game she spikes so hard with her ability to flash engage. Doggo going to be ready with his trigger figure on the cleanse.
Assuming he takes cleanse, obviously has the arcane shift as well if he wants to play a little bit further back and just look for the poke. Braum is the lock here for CFO. Once again, good disengage, especially into the Rel who wants to jump in as soon as she's in the middle of you. If you haven't been caught up, if you arcane shifted away, then the concussive blows come out. The Braum can really slow her from ever getting away, because when you crash down as well, you're reducing your movement speed, which makes it quite hard for the Rel in that 2v2.
Moving on to the second phase of bans now. We expect mid laner bans to come through from AL. AD carry is going to be the focus from CFO. Sivir going to be the first to take off the board. I wonder if that Xayah that we mentioned earlier will be next to hit the ban list. Kai'Sa already taken away, the Lucian, MF, Jhin, with the Varus also banned away. That pool slowly starts to get pinched with the Caitlyn taken away as well. I wonder if we'll see something new from Hope, or whether he will just stick to the Xayah. The Victor going to be taken away, known as a very safe control mage pick into the Annie.
Yeah, you just have enough range, really, with the Chaos Ray to farm up the minions. Don't have to worry too much. You've got the Siphon power as well for the movement speed in the lane, and the shield. It can be quite hard for the Annie to really harass you too easily in the early game.
I think Orianna has some decent value for CFO. Could be another possible ban for AL.
Where will CFO go with their final ban?
Yeah.
It is the Senna, so that means the Xayah is available for anyone's Legend and for Hope if he wants to pick it up. With the Rel already locked in, obviously you're not going to get that Xayah-Rakan combo, but you're looking at keeping your top lane pick for last if you're CFO. Trundle can go top, but the expectation is that that will be in the jungle. As AL look towards their final ban. Anything that you're worried about Rest bringing out? Well, the Jace will be the ban.
Hover on the Blitzcrank makes no sense. Just a hover on Blitzcrank. Yeah, I mean, when we get deeper into the draft, I thought early on about Cassante. It's something that Rest... It's one of his preferred champions, for sure. Something that is very well known for.
I think it's his most played across his career. It's very comfortable on this champ overall. But instead, the Hui does make more sense. Give your top lane a counter pick. That's why you brought him in for this series-defining game. You brought him in to be a bit of a wild card, to do something a little bit inventive. There's the Orianna. Good prediction on that, Betty. As now we see Flandre having to blind his top laner.
Ooh. Hope hovering through a few options. None of the ones that we talked about earlier. It depends what they're very much feeling. Jinx, I mean, doesn't have a lot of protection in a composition like this, but against an Ezreal, you should feel pretty safe to free farm.
There we go.
Going back to the Xayah that we kind of expected to come through. I think it's nice into the Trundle pillar specifically. We're going to go for a blind Gwen for Flandre.
Flandre does love his
I
Gwen.
think, like, Jax could just be a safe topside pick if they want something that has side lane threat, also decent team fighting. They're going to go for the Gwen. Of course, now Rest could pick up the Jax for himself. I don't know if, even though he's super comfortable on the Cassante, I don't know if I love it into Gwen. I feel like that you're kind of giving the Gwen a bit of a free lane. I mean, I guess you could argue that you just fully itemize on the magic resistance, but at the same time, I feel like that you never really have any kill threat on the Gwen.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of leaving her to her own devices.
How do you feel about it compositionally if it is locked in? It is actually going to be the Gnar in the end. Look for that range advantage over the Gwen in the early game. Get a lot of grasps, procs off, but Gwen obviously later on can just take over side lanes.
Yeah, it's much more of a lane bully in favor of the Gnar, but I think it reaches a point where the Gwen really starts to win out on the matchup. In terms of team fight value, Gnar synergizes very nicely with CFO's comp. They've got like the possibility of a wombo combo, but they're very reliant on Rest to kind of act as an engage, which I think is just a very difficult thing to do. AL's composition is a lot more well-rounded in that they have solid lanes, they have solid skirmishing just because they have Elise and Annie. They scale well because they have the insurance of Gwen playing through the side lane. It's also just like, what's the threat onto Xayah, really? If the Trundle's kind of running at you, Xayah loves that. Yeah. And while the Brawn can, of course, be obnoxious for the feathers, it's a situation that I think is difficult for the Trundle to deal with. So, again, I do kind of favor AL's composition. I just feel like they have a lot of tools. And I think that in the early game, they have been the team that's consistently found these advantages. So, looking at this Annie Lee Sin, I would be very afraid going into that, especially in the hands of Tarzan.
Oh, 100%. Tarzan on his fabled Lee Sin. Hasn't brought it out yet at MSI, but something that he's been known for across the years of his career. And with the series he's having so far as well, giving him something that can have playmaking potential just really facilitates anyone's Legend through this early game. Okay, we're just all running into the same bush, are we? Kaiwing's there. Could be stunned up by Shanks with that disintegrate, but Kaiwing...
Round 2.
Well, he wisely walks away from them this time, Bedius. Kyle can always just jump across the wall here, as we're going to actually head over to a quick interview, as Shox is standing by with Kadra.
I sure am. Hello, Mark. How's it going?
It's going great. This is amazing. Being in the venue, the crowd's really loud. It's really fun to see these games.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god, we got a level 1 fight. There's a flash forward from the Annie. A big stun with the W is going to land onto Hongkyu. Kaiwi's going to try and get away with the flash, and there's the flash from Junji as well.
Let's go! He still got it, guys! Hey, what's your thought on they chose red side finally. CFO, do you think they used it to their advantage?
I mean, they got Orianna into Annie, which is a good lane. They counterpicked the Gwen, but I don't think the Gnar is that big of a counter. I think the Orianna is going to need a lot of help this game. I think it's all going to be about mid.
What does your gut tell you?
I think AL's comp is going to be a 3-0.
Thank you. Enjoy streaming over here.
A 3-0 for AL's comp, says Cadril, and the crowd here not too excited by that possibility. They did boo him. You saw a bunch of flashes burnt in the early game. Great job from Cadril for narrating that for us. Ginger no longer has a flash, nor does Hongq. Kaiwing has neither of his summoners down towards this bottom lane. As Shanks burnt his flash, Ghost was used by Flandre. Less summoners overall coming out from AL.
Oh, that's a lot of damage on the Kyle. He's got to be careful here. Doggo with pinpoint accuracy on that Ezreal.
I think the thing is, if you're Kyle, Doggo had to use his one and only health pot, and you have 2.
True.
So you're kind of okay with that trade, especially if you can get towards the level 2 first.
Very, very good point, Medic. While AL get the push in the bot side of the map, Shanks, wow, he's bullying out Hongq in this early matchup. Normally the Orianna has the advantage early on because the Annie's, well, the Q, when you use it on your opponent, increases the cooldown. You don't get that cooldown reduction compared to when you're hitting or last hitting those minions. And normally you have that slight range advantage, so you can just kind of bully out the Annie every time she tries to walk at you. You can slow her down, but Shanks finding some good angles of attack, getting the push in this matchup. And right now, AL just kind of have 3 pushing lanes. The Lee Sin is going to be pathing towards the top side of the map, I imagine to assist with Flandre, making sure that he gets that push underneath the tower. And getting it under the tower is important, because you don't want the Gnar to potentially set up that freeze and make things very difficult. Meanwhile, we do have to give congratulations to Kaiwing, his 100th international game.
Which, when you consider Kyle going in here, Shadowing Strike going down as well, but when you consider the fact that Kaiwing and the teams he's been on don't often make it too far in the tournament, just shows his consistency as well. Getting over that 100 mark. He would like to make it 102 by the end of the day.
He certainly would.
But AL have other plans, it seems, as Ginger finishes his clear, so does Tarzan. Both of them going to get their respective scuttle crabs.
Speaking of the junglers, Tarzan, it's kind of been a massive impact when it comes to the early game performances of AL. Of course, when we think back to last game, a lot of early ganks were happening, but you kind of look at the advantages that he's been able to build for himself throughout this series. Has been monstrous, and that K+A at 14, averaging 3 throughout this series. And you think about in the last game how many solo kills that were coming through as well.
Good pillar here, but Kyle holds on to the crash down, so was able to jump over it afterwards. Ginger was looking for a gank down towards this bottom side, but unable to find anything. Currently just shadowing his bot lane, yet to recall, whereas Tarzan has and is already back out on the map doing his razor beaks and pathing down towards bot.
And this is part of the thing that he does. His pathing is always very smart and calculated. He's always about maximizing and efficiency when it comes to that jungle clear. Getting the reclear on the Raptors already means that he is a camp ahead of his jungle counterpart, covering the bot side of the map. I don't know if he needs to force something. I think he can just go get the Krugs and look for a base. That's what he's pinging towards right now. Just as the Krugs have started on the opposite side, so small gold lead already built up for AL. Nothing too significant for the time being, but this bot wave in a very comfortable spot for Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, they'll be very happy just holding it here for as long as possible. Obviously, Ezreal can eventually push it in with those Mystic shots. Tarzan is still covering here, as Kyle might look for the mount up flip onto Kaiwing. Doesn't find it, and there's the back coming out from Tarzan. He'll path back out towards his top side and start clearing through his jungle once again. It feels so slow without 4 kills at level 1 there.
Really? Does it?
We're 5 minutes in and no one has a 1,000 gold lead.
Still keeping my eyes on these junglers, though. I feel like we talked about it in draft. We've got Cadril coming on it as well. This mid lane matchup is going to be super important. This is more of what we expect in the matchup. Hongq utilizing his range to chip away at Shanks' HP. After the back, he's feeling a lot more confident in that matchup now. The wave state's in a really good position for him. He can just keep doing exactly what you're seeing. Slowly but surely chip away at that HP bar. Now he's got level 6. He's kill range, but the level 6 is going to be ticked over by Shanks, popping the E as well. That extra bit of shielding. And the mana is a little too low, I think, for Hongq to actually threaten a kill.
Both of them going to have their flashes coming back up at the same time as Kaiwing tries to hold the wave here underneath the tower, won't be able to do so. And AL wisely back away, not really forcing for that plate. Want to get their recall off to match the fact that Doggo's got back and got himself a tier and the double longswords. With a 200 gold lead, we'll see if Hope can get a slight advantage in that lane as Tarzan shadows mid lane. I mean, if Shanks flashes in and lands that Tibbers with the stun up, there's the shockwave. Honkyu flashes away well.
That shockwave was perfect timing.
Really well done.
My goodness. I feel like he had to have been anticipating something. The way that Shanks was playing the lane there, it was definitely very suspicious from Honkyu's perspective.
Junja was also in the river, so perhaps they'd seen Tarzan pathing around that point, or Junja just expected Tarzan to be nearby. Really well done by Honkyu to avoid the pressure from that mid lane, but it does mean both their flashes are down once again, and a Trundle gank onto an Annie or a Lee Sin gank onto an Orianna.
Flandre's here.
Kyle has a flank position. Junja still on that dragon. Tarzan looking for the steal. Flandre's going to join in. Honkyu coming in from the side. Doesn't have that shockwave, but does have enough pressure to force Flandre and Tarzan out. Kyle looks for the Shadowing Strike. There's the crash down as well. Junja's going to land the smite. Hits level 6 off it. Could look for the subjugate. Flashes away from the Sonic Wave. Flandre with the needle worked. Only goes into the Unbreakable as Doggo begins to open up on Kyle and Hope. Good Shadowing Strike is cleansed away by Doggo, but Kyle has to flash himself. Doggo with the lethal tempo gets first blood. Hope flashes away, but is hit by the Winter's Bite beforehand. I don't think he's going to escape this. Another auto attack would be enough. There's another Winter's Bite. And Honkyu will be gifted the kill. Good play caller back from Hope. Honkyu gets on the board.
CFO off to a fantastic start. AL don't make the play happen in the mid lane. That's the first step of this whole process, because Shanks, after committing his flash, means that he's not really able to get involved in the play. He also went to the top side of the map as Flandre rotates down. The re-arrival of Honkyu means that AL are fighting this fight on two different fronts. Tarzan has already been forced to use his W. It's hard for him to get back into the fight, and the engage comes through from Kyle. But CFO wisely, they just hold their ground. Junja is forced to flash out of the fight, but Doggo, he again just isn't afraid. Pops the cleanse, turns his attention onto Kyle, lands that last auto attack, and Tarzan and Flandre can't do anything to assist. They get 2 kills, they secure the dragon. A strong position to be in right off the bat.
The thing for Doggo is you've just seen Crash Down and Shattering Strike being used. The Rel can't do anything to you after that. The only thing you have to be concerned about is the Xayah, so he gets a free chance just to walk up and join up with the rest of his team. Great stuff by CFO. Anyone's Legend, though, will be able to pick up the grubs for themselves off their reset timings. It's Shanks matching up into rest on that top lane. Hope and Kyle coming across just to make sure these grubs are securable. AL have got the first 2, and without Junja in range, you have to think it will be 3. Good disintegrate there onto rest. He was looking for the Gnar back because Junja was waiting just around the corner. It would have possibly been Shanks going down. No flash on him. Junja with the pillar, gets the slow. Good stun into the Tibbers. Keeps Junja at bay there from Shanks.
Bit of supportal combat in the mid lane as Kaiwing throws up the shield to mitigate the damage coming through from Hope. CFO being as proactive as they can be on the map. After losing the grubs, right now the focus is on farming. I expect to see a readjustment of the lane assignments in the near future as the dragon will be the next big point of contention, but for now, just a trade back and forth between the two teams, working towards that next major item. Honkyu going for the rower build, seeing it so often on mid lane mages.
Kaiwing Unbreakable a little bit late there, does still have the 6, so the Glacial Fish are a looming threat for Kyle and Hope. They didn't want to chase any further into it. You can see what Kaiwing was meaning to do there. If you put the Unbreakable, that shield up, you block the blades from coming back and managing to get the damage down, but in the end, it still get rooted and get damaged. Good vision as well for AL down towards this bot side river, which is going to start being cleared out by Kaiwing. Honkyu getting the push in the 1v1, but is behind on CS to Shanks, and I actually really like that lane assignment from AL. The fact they've said, okay, Gwen, you can deal with the Orianna, and we're actually going to make sure the Annie has an okay time into the Gnar.
Right now, it's red at the bottom of our screens. Rest has been farming well due to Flandre getting involved in that early dragon fight. Shanks losing out a little bit because Honkyu did secure that first kill. Now this build from Honkyu, Merc Treads into the Rod of Ages, a lot of survivability, a lot of tankiness. Really helps when you've got kind of a wombo combo comp coming in at you from the other side. Problem is, in terms of damage, it's a little bit slower on the scaling side. So CFO Got to be cautious about how they approach these early fights. The Trinity Force spike that they have on both Doggo and Junja is going to be a valuable asset to play around. But still, something that they'll have to bear in mind is that if they try to overforce with a build like this on Orianna, you're not going to have access to that high level of damage from your mid laner for a little while.
Well, the good thing for CFO is they did manage to take the first Drake, so if they want to give up the subsequent Drakes, they can wait a little while, right? It's 20 minutes before AL are fighting for a soul, CFO can play around it a little bit quicker. I will say CFO haven't really been a team to give up neutral objectives, so my expectation is they'll still look to try and fight around them, but for the moment they're very happy just farming up these lanes, trying to mismatch, trying to get Flandre a little bit behind. He's about 13 CS, 2 waves behind Rest right now, who's having an okay time into that Annie on the top lane, but Shanks is farming up well himself, has the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. We're seeing a lot of Annies going towards the Malignants first, just so you can get more of those AoE stuns down in fights.
Tarzan spotted on the mid wave. Good vision coverage was invested by AL around the dragon. They've been able to retain 1 ward on that blue buff. Observer's just panning over it now. But CFO have used this window to immediately move into the river, gain a bunch of vision control on the bot side. And they saw Tarzan move up towards the top side as well. It's going to move back towards the dragon though.
I think my big question over these next couple of minutes is how deadly is a Gwen or an Annie flank for CFO right now? Because unless they clear out that control ward, there are 2 teleports that can get behind them. If they force for this dragon and AL decide they want to take the fight, that could be the deciding factor. The fact that that control ward still stands there and the teleport can come in.
Training force for Trundle.
And for Rest.
It's, CFO's kind of scary right now. Tarzan is nowhere to be seen. I don't think they're contesting this medic.
That is as good as gone for CFO. The ping's coming out on it. Kyle did challenge the last Drake when perhaps he shouldn't have, and there's the teleport behind immediately.
Corrected.
AL looking for it. Kyle and Hope putting some damage into Kai Wing. Shanks on the flank is a double TP. They're investing all of it into this fight. Rest only half Mega Narbar. Kyle going in with the Magnet Storm only onto Kai Wing. The Sonic Wave back. There's the Shockwave as well. Junja down to half HP. Hope begins to open up. Rest though jumps back in, looking for that Gnar, gets Shanks against the wall. Junja survives, and Shanks will fall. AL, they force the fight and they lose out heavily.
What was the game plan here from AL? They were so late to the dragon. CFO saw the collapse coming in. They watched the TPs travel across the rift and onto that control ward. And then the coordination from AL seemed completely off. CFO happily pick up another kill. I think they even got 2 off the back of that. We'll look back at it. The engage comes through from Kyle, 0 follow-up. Tarzan knows that the Braum is in the way. It does get the knock-up onto the Orianna, but there's no follow-through. Meanwhile, Flandre is just being zoned away by Rest. Rest then gets a good ultimate off onto Shanks. Kyle drops, Shanks drops, and it's an easy dragon secure. A massive overforce from AL. Questionable decision-making from them that's put CFO in a great position here in this early game.
Flying high early on here, 2,000 gold. The Oysters lead, and a lot of that sitting on Rest in this top lane. Had the Trinity Force completed just before that fight, has a 20 CS lead over the Gwen. It's about 800 gold ahead, and now with 2 dragons, CFO are the ones who can force the tempo of the game. They can make it so that AL have to fight them around the next couple of dragons. Otherwise, you're looking down a soul point, and it's Mountain Soul as well. And when you have a burst composition, you really don't want to be looking at a Mountain Soul. That extra shielding makes it so hard for you to actually get your damage to sit.
If I'm AL and I press tab and I see 3 Trinity Forces on the other side, I'm like, that's an interesting state to be in 14.5 minutes into the game.
Suboptimal, I believe is the phrasing.
I mean, it's not that AL haven't got items of their own, but Trinity Force, I feel, is just such a good spike for so many of the champions that play it. And it makes this Herald, I think, an easy point of contention for CFO. I think that they should feel confident trying to fight this. The TP available for Hongq means he can join at any time. Doggo staying in mid lane to help get push, and Junja there to cover. Meanwhile, Kai Wing clearing out that vision on the river. The proper steps being taken by CFO. They will spot out that ward by AL. And now it's just Rest. It's a bit isolated from his team. AL threatening a trap. Will Rest fall for it?
CFO sense something up here, don't they? They haven't seen Tarzan or Shanks for a little while. Rest almost has that rage bar fully stacked, and AL back away as they see Kai Wing coming in towards that tri-bush. AL had a little bit of vision up towards the top side, but they're going to lose it. Doggo, Shattering Strike, Tarzan jumping in as well with that Sonic Wave. Looks for the Dragon's Rage, but Doggo jumps away. Dragon's Rage kickback, Exhaust going down, and the TP coming in from the Orianna as she looks to join the fight. The Rift Herald will reset. Hongq here now. Does have that Shockwave, but will AL still take this fight on? You've got Magnet Storm, you've got no flash on Kyle, there's no vision behind the pit if he can find a flank position, but Tarzan's low doesn't have his Dragon's Rage.
Both mid laners have their ultis available. You can see that Shanks is in a position looking for it. Flandre goes over the wall.
It's into the back of the pit. Tarzan looking for the Sonic Wave. It's Junja who secures it. There's the Tibbers. The Magnet Storm follow up, but the Shockwave will pull Kyle back. He's stunned up with the concussive blows. He manages to survive. Hongq chasing him down. Will get the Clockwork Wind up. Meanwhile, in the back of the pit, Junja is going to fall. Rest looking for that Mega Gnar. Hongq is on the wrong side of this wall, but does still have a flash. And that Gnar's now Mega. Doggo putting some damage in with those Mystic shots. And in the end, the Rift Herald secured by CFO.
A 1-for-1 and a Herald? I don't think CFO is too upset about that. They played around the Annie ultimate well. The Tarzan was so low at the start of that fight, they did some serious damage to him because he tried to make a pick onto Doggo. They get his summoner spells out, that's effective. Now Tarzan still doesn't have any HP. They tried to get into the pit, nowhere near. Tarzan doesn't have a threat of a smite. It's a good Annie ultimate to connect onto 3. The Shockwave in response only connects onto 1. But Kaiwing is just blocking so much damage in the front to back. It feels like CFO feel way more comfortable. And while there's an exchange of jungler for support, they walk away with a Herald, so I don't think CFO is too upset about that.
Even with a great stun coming out from Shanks, it wasn't enough for AL. They just didn't have the damage follow-up. They couldn't close that gap quickly enough. Good Shockwave as well from Hongq to distract the backline. You can't step forward. The ball is that looming threat. Rod of Ages 5 stacks on it now for Hongq, halfway to getting that extra level.
Yeah, I mean, that Shockwave it only connected onto 1 rather, but the zone that it controlled exactly was really well done. All right, we take stock, and it's a 2k gold lead for CFO. In such a good position, and with the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, they immediately turn their attention towards it, the vision already being set up. Tarzan on the top side of the map again, not really in a position to contest. AL.
Every time you've said that, they've fought, Betty.
I am aware.
Every time you've said it.
I am aware. I'm just saying that right now, in terms of the map state, AL's not in a good position to contest this objective. Yeah, they're probably going to try and force their way in anyway. Tarzan's going to steal away the Raptors.
Shanks has the teleport, so he can get down here. Rest has one of his own.
Well, here we go again.
Drake started for CFO. Shanks going to TP in as AL look to take the fight. Hongq is going to be met with Flandre down towards this bottom side. Flandre snips away the control ward. AL trying to gain some purchase on the river right now, but Rest is still in the top lane, building up that Mega Gnar bar. It's about to go Mega as we see the catch onto Kaiwing. Even with the Tibbers, it takes them an absolute age to kill him. The follow-up from Tarzan, though, onto Doggo is good, forcing him to Arcane Shift away. Rest isn't TPing into the fight, and that might be AL managing to get themselves on the board in terms of Dragons.
I have to question the decision-making there from Kaiwing. Face-checking into a brush when the rest of your team just isn't in the river. Hongq now isolated.
Doesn't have flash here as well. Shockwave just about to come off cooldown, but it's not going to be enough to survive. And AL will take the neutral, and they'll take 2 kills.
CFO trying to respond by dropping the Herald in mid. They've got the top tower. They're looking to get another one.
Rift Herald charging in will give them that tier 1 in the mid lane. In fact, they're going to take it and then charge in for the tier 2. Kaiwing caught a little bit by Tarzan, but a couple of procs on the concussive blows forces Tarzan to be a bit more cautious. Rest still pushing in top. It's going to be matched by Shanks.
Okay.
Oh, it's a collapse possibility. Rest does have that Gnar up. Gets the wallop, gets the stun onto Kyle. The Gnar back, Shadowing Strike still's going to connect. Rest with a good jump, and they switch places. It's a merry-go-round here as Rest looks for another wallop. Flandre caught out a little bit by Junja down towards this bottom side. Doesn't have the flashes, only running Ghost. Rest escapes, and Flandre now needs to be careful, but I don't think he'll escape the clutches of CFO. Kaiwing tanks a couple of tower shots as well to make sure they take their 3rd tower of the game.
So CFO were losing a bit of control, but then they find a pick on the bot side and quickly convert it into a tower. Now that's 3 out of towers the advantage for CFO. And AL, I feel like all they're doing is punishing the positioning mistakes from CFO right now, and CFO have to be a lot more respectful. Even though they have the gold lead, even though they should be playing with confidence, you can't just disrespect AL like that. They're a team that when you are out of position are very quick to collapse.
And they have the tools to do so
Yes,
as
they
well.
do.
Sonic Wave into Dragon's Rage kick. You've got the Tibbers, got the Magnet Storm as well. If you are on your lonesome, or even if there's only a couple of you and you don't have the Braum there to protect you, and you don't have a Mega Gnar who can disengage the fight for you, it can be really tricky here for CFO. They do still have, though, this substantial gold lead. 2k ahead, 2 Drakes to 0. They managed to pick up the feats as Hongkyu will just stop Kyo's back here. Shockwave bringing him back. Kaiwing will look for the Winter's Bite. Kyo remounts to try and get a bit of extra movement speed. Will land the Shadowing Strike, and now Hongkyu's out of position, and we talked about it. You can't be 2v3. Hongkyu trying to escape, but Tarzan's going to chase him down. Flandre has the flank position here as Rest TP'd in. Flandre needs to get out because the rest of CFO are going to collapse. Snip, snip, they go. The needle works. It's 2 for anyone's legend. And just like that, the game swings the pendulum in favor of AL. Doggo across the wall lands a Mystic Shot, but doesn't hit with the Essence Flux. True Shot Barrage not available to him. Tibbers here to tank the Otacon a little bit. Will chase off Doggo. AL, they're doing it safely. Junja can still look for the steal. Doesn't have the flash, but has the smite. Can step forward here. Hallowed Miss out from the Gwen as they look for the Otacon. Junja's in there and he steals it away. Better Storm comes out, but Doggo finds 1, finds 2 with a True Shot Barrage. It's a triple. It's a quadra. And Doggo is barking.
Doggo just pops off in the team fight. You could tell that AL was very wary of his positioning, and they used the Tibbers to try and zone away him from landing that Q poke. But he still finds an angle. Junja finds the steal. And while CFO was getting caught, they were making mistakes. It felt like they were giving the game over to AL. Just like that, Doggo comes in clutch. Keep your eyes on his positioning. On the right flank, he's connecting Q after Q. The pillar, making it very difficult for AL to escape as well. Hope really has nowhere to go. The smite at just the right time. Yes, they do lose Kaiwing, but Doggo with just perfect precision.
With the crowd behind him, Doggo absolutely popping off. It's been an MSI to remember for him after his miserable time in the LPL. Now showing up for the LCP. Dragon's Rage kick back onto Rest here. Doesn't have the flash. Has no chance of surviving. AL once again will punish a bit of over-eagerness from the CFO top laner.
CFO need to be way more careful. They keep getting caught. They have a good gold lead right now, but these mistakes can quickly cost you so much. We've seen how ruthless AL can be. They're in a fantastic spot to secure this game. They now just need to hold on to this control. Dragon spawning 40 seconds. That top tower really can't be defended. AL make their way into the top side jungle. Now again, I will say, positioning-wise, AL not in a good position to contest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're giving this one.
They're really good vision control. They've invested their vision on the top side. They have the push up here as well. With 20 seconds left, AL shouldn't be able to challenge this dragon. Shouldn't, in quotation marks.
I would be surprised if they do, even after what we've seen so far in this game, because CFO not only have a 3.6 thousand gold lead, they also have 2,500 gold worth of petals from that Otacon, 29 to 9. That is a hefty chunk of change to be ahead because of the adaptive force it's given you. And you can see AL, for once, go along with our expectations. They back away, they'll get some vision towards the red side jungle of CFO, who put themselves on Soul Point with that Mountain Dragon. We ruined the fact that they lost the third, but now they have the chance to take that fourth and get the Mountain Soul. For AL, you are very deep in a hole right now. Flandre and Shanks have very minute leads, whereas Tarzan and Hope are both 1,500-ish behind their enemy laners. 2 items complete on Doggo, 2 as well on Junja, who has that Triforce and the Dead Man's Plate for a little bit of extra chase potential. As Shanks will get the stun onto Kaiwing here, but Kaiwing with the Mercury Treads and the Locket and the Kindle Gem is not the target you really want to burst down.
CFO need to play calmly now for the next 4 minutes. Items looking strong. Doggo, I wonder if he has enough gold to actually buy an upgrade right now. He is where a lot of the gold advantage is sitting on. There it is, Spirit. Spirit of Sojin completed for him. Ginger is the other big strength for CFO right now, and I mean, it makes sense. You look back at that last Otacon fight, and it was these two that came up clutch. Honorable mention to Kai Wing as well, doing what he could, considering his HP. CFO get the push over the mid wave. Top wave also pushed in. This will give him an opportunity to start moving some vision control into the top side jungle. Rest very separated from the rest of his team. He doesn't really have anywhere he can go on the map. Obviously, that bot wave is far too deep onto AL's side of the map. So he's looking to group up with his team. Kyle needs to be careful.
He can get close enough to the wall to crash down over it. Kai Wing knocked back with the blast cone, but AL don't really want to engage on the Braum. For CFO, it's kind of a waiting game. If someone oversteps, you can look for the pick and then go for the Baron, but really 3 minutes from now is what you are looking at. Get yourself that Mountain Soul, force AL to try and take a fight around it. The risk is that Hope might be at his Infinity Edge by then. He already has the BF sword and the pickaxe. Shanks on his way towards his Liandry's as well, with the Malignance and the Bloodletter's Curse complete. Doggo. Arcane shifting across the wall. Hits the Mystic Shot, oh my god! Hits another! Hits another! Hope has the Featherstorm and has to pop it just to survive! But down you come and down you go! Doggo finds the kill, and now, with the Shockwave, Tarzan has to flash away. TP behind by AL as they look for a flank position. But Doggo didn't invest anything into that. It was purely the ultimate.
A straight up solo bolo. Doggo with the assassination onto Hope. And AL may be losing all hope in this game as the Baron now started off by CFO.
Quandre has his teleport, but will AL look for this? Tarzan hits a Sonic Wave onto Hongq, gets vision of the Baron, jumps away. And now he has to kick back Ginger. Kyle up towards the top side, trying to keep Rest busy because Tarzan is falling low towards the bottom. Doggo surviving, Arcane shifts across the wall, the exhaust coming out, a good double stump from Shanks. Meanwhile on the top side, Flandre and Rest are fighting for their lives. Doggo with a true shot barrage will kill off Shanks. And CFO once again find 2, AL find nothing.
Doggo goes godlike as CFO rack up the kills. With the Baron in their sights, there's no jungler to smite steal it away. A solid game 3 from CFO with just a standout performance from the man on your screen, Doggo, carrying so many fights, making amazing plays, and he's looking to keep CFO alive at MSI as the Baron is secured.
Cannot stress enough how disappointing Doggo was when he was in the LPL. He came in with such hype, such expectation, and then struggled so much to do anything. Now back in the LCP, he is showing they are not, he's not only a player to be feared, but they're a region to be feared here as they fight back against AL. We'll have another look at this. Tarzan and Shanks just trying to find something, but Ginger just has so much damage in the chase.
I love that Ginger just turns his attention on the Tarzan and says, you know, let's just kill the jungler, why not? Doggo forced to use his summoners to escape from Shanks. And it's a good attempt from Shanks, realizing that, hey, if I can at very least kill Doggo, maybe they can't do the Baron, but that man has protection. And they find another kill. Now, Dragon, 20 seconds away. CFO should be able to pick up the soul from this. And AL, a very muted game from them. They've really only been able to punish the mistakes that we've been seeing from CFO. But Doggo has been there. Oh, God. Yeah, he is so strong.
And this Ezreal speaks no English. Absolutely absurd how much damage he's doing, how he's weaving in all of those spells. Has the QSS now as well, if he is ever caught by a Shattering Strike or by the Tibbers. Rest here with a good wallop. Nav into the wall as well. Hongq flashing for it, but the Shockwave doesn't clip Kyle as he jumps away. AL might see that as their opportunity to go for the engage, but Kyle's still half HP and CFO still very healthy. Ginger sitting on the Drake right now. Sonic Wave from Tarzan goes between the uprights. Kai Wing on the front line. Glacial Fissure going wide. Ginger still on the Drake. 6,000 HP. Down to 5 now as Tarzan tries to get into the pit. True Shot Barrage just behind him. Tarzan still finding a way to get in here. Sonic Wave hits, but it's too little, too late. Soul secured in the priceless moment of the game for CFO.
Great patience from CFO, just leveraging their range, their zone control, their poke. Ginger, he's not afraid of anything.
Good pillar from Ginger. They turn around onto him with the Magnet Storm, and with the Tibbers, they'll get the kill. Tarzan looking for a flank here, has that Dragon's Rage, but can't find an avenue to approach. CFO still with the Baron for 40 seconds. That's about one more wave worth of pushing time.
wonder if they're going to keep going with this. Tarzan's gone to go and catch mid-wave to make the siege that much harder. Orianna's shockwave is about to come off cooldown, and AL hold the line for now. Tarzan, he's got to retreat.
Has to get away from Rest here. The Hyper Dragon's Rage has to be invested. Rest would have the chase potential with that extra movement speed. And now for AL, it's all hands to the pumps. How do you extricate yourself from a situation like this? 5,000 gold behind, you don't have a Skarner to hit a 3-man impale. It has to be something pretty darn special here from anyone's legend.
I feel like CFO with the lead they have, they don't need to slow this game down. On the one hand, you could argue they can just wait for Baron, but I really don't think they need to. They don't have to allow AL to have more time to maybe complete that extra item. Instead, they should just get back out onto the map, leverage the fact that Doggo is doing so much damage. Sit underneath that tower, poke away at AL's HP bars, play through 2 lanes, and eventually you'll be able to crack into the base. I feel like it's simply a matter of time.
They might just be waiting for Doggo's flash to be back up before they really push for any sort of major advantage. Especially with Flandre actually being quite big on this Gwen, almost has that Rabadon's complete. The risk is, if the Gwen is on the back line, if Doggo gets CC'd 3 times because he has a cleanse and a Mercurial Scimitar, then perhaps Flandre can gobble him up and snip him down. But for the moment, CFO just splitting between these 2 lanes. Rest is going down towards that bottom side. Baron buff obviously has expired, so they don't have those enhanced minions to help them with the push. Pillar down onto Shanks, who does have flash but doesn't need it, uses the Tibbers to dissuade CFO from advancing any further.
Shanks just did no damage. The Mountain Soul plus the high HP, the resistances, he is not really melting anyone. Sure, Honkyu's getting a little bit low, but now the burst is gone. Shockwave connects, chunking out Shanks.
He will survive. Next wave a little way. There's the TP. Flandre going in. AL have called their moment for the fight. Shanks is going to recall and then TP back in. Counter TP coming out from Rest as Flandre puts the needles through Honkyu, but just doesn't have the damage. Backs away, counter TP there from Shanks, but now he's all on his lonesome. Tarzan going in, there's the stun. Tarzan dashes back with the Iron Will trying to survive. Getting to Kai out, but he can't do it. True Shot Barrage out as Doggo and Honkyu will secure that kill. Ginger follows up with another one. Rest chasing Shanks down towards the bottom side. He's got a stun lined up, but Rest is just trying to keep AL from defending their tower. Doggo dashing forward. Flandre trying to snip through him. The blades come back with the Feather Storm, and Doggo still survives. Flandre and Hope do not have that same luxury. Shanks will join his team in the afterlife as these oysters are flying high.
It's a 5-0 ace. CFO set their sights on the Nexus, and they're looking to keep their hopes alive here at MSI.
CFO proving the comeback in Game 2 was not a blip as they get 1 game and start to come back in this series.
Impressive stuff. There were definitely a few moments where I started to get worried for CFO. They were overextending, they were getting caught out. But Doggo, the hero, comes up massively for CFO. Let's hear what the analyst desk has to say about that one.
Amazing comeback, honestly, especially after what happened in Game 2 for the Flying Oysters. And the only thing I have to say is I think people forgot about Doggo and Ezreal.
Yeah, they did. And I'm trying to wash down the chicken that I'm eating.
Wolfing down chicken
Yes,
right now.
I am. A lot of people will be after that win. 100 pieces of chicken tendies, I think, on that one. Doggo is crazy, and he has pop-off games like these sometimes. And when he's feeling it, especially on Ezreal, he goes crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I can't reiterate how special this particular MSI is for Doggo. One of the reasons why I think he was spamming the Beyond Gaming emote in his games against MKOI was that was the team he was playing on when he was loaned by PSG and kind of had to break out MSI.
Yeah.
But now he's on a team where he feels like he really earned his path, and he's been consistently good in so many of CFO's games. He's the only player here to have a pentakill.
And a quadra now.
And then, yeah, and then here, you know, just absolutely rips through AL when it looked like they were kind of getting into a good position.
Yeah, and if I'm to take a step back and look at AL's composition, the one point that I would criticize is the Xayah pick. I actually think Ezreal was perfect here, especially working alongside the Trundle, so you can just basically pelt them down with the range advantage that they have with both Ezreal and Orianna. It made it so it was really hard for Hope to have any impact. Meanwhile, Doggo was just feasting.
Yeah, and for me, it also really started with the 2 Drake fights that AL kind of tried to contest. I felt like either they didn't necessarily have to contest them, or they could have waited until they had better setups, right? Like, a lot of these started with Kyle either missing or going in a little bit too late. And this is where I think CFO really got their early advantage, right? Because they have this Drake fight, they have the next one, which we're about to see, and it forced this position where AL kind of had to go into them constantly, and they kept coming out on top.
And I have to wonder what Tabe is telling him for this fight, because it didn't make any sense for me. In fact, Gwen went towards mid lane to join in the fight. Meanwhile, of course, Annie without TP goes top lane, where I think Annie is very impactful in fights like these. You're going up against a Braum team. I think they are so much stronger than you in that early game Dragon fight.
Yeah, and in this one, they just kind of seem to contest too late. When Kyle goes in, he actually only gets Kaiwing. Rest is able to mark Flandra on the side when he's trying to flank in. So it was a little bit of a late contest, and I also thought in this game in particular, CFO did a really good job marking their flanks, and it just got to a point where there wasn't anything AL could do to get on top of this Ezreal.
Yeah, Xayah can't walk up. If you're Kyle, sure, you can walk up, but you need to be confident that the rest of the team is going to be in position. And Lee Sin's going to have a tough time going up against Trundle individually. Like, you have to be able to burst down Gnar, but in that last fight, Gwen is the only one that's going to be on him, and he's getting towards Mega Gnar. It just felt like CFO played both of those fights out really well, and I didn't see an angle at all from AL.
And that's the thing, I was looking at that Gwen, and I was even telling you, like, they're gonna find ways to activate that champion, and if they do, it's gonna be really hard for CFO to find those angles, but it came out of AL not being meticulous enough in their vision setup, especially fighting into an Ezreal who was just like blind shooting at them. They couldn't do anything.
And I want to see that Otacon fight again. It's the Doggo quadra kill, right? But here, again, AL have gotten themselves into a good position, and I was like, oh no, Doggo can actually destroy them because they're getting so low. The Annie stun comes in just too late, so Junja actually goes in and is able to get the Otacon, and then Doggo just pops off.
Forcing Xayah ulti, and then as like Gwen is escaping, being able to snipe him down. He was so focused that fight, and throughout the entire game. As the game went on, he was just being able to, like, he was godlike. He just kept going. So Doggo's feeling it. You already saw it in the player cams. Going into the next game, they are so zeroed in on being able to take this to Silver Scrapes.
Well, going into the next game, I actually would like
us there he is.
to, he is bad. Very clear directions, I feel like, going into that next game. What do they want to be careful about? Is there a specific player that you want to target here if you're looking at AL?
For me, it's just, I don't even know if it's necessarily a player. I think that early Dragon fight, don't fight that. It didn't make sense for me, especially if you're going to be sending Annie towards the top lane wave to catch that. AL is a type of team where it's like, okay, if we're taking this fight and we feel like we're weaker, we're sacking the top wave. But they didn't want to sack top wave, so just don't go for the fight in general. And I think if you have Xayah and, just that comp as a whole, and Gwen, you scale better, you should be pretty happy fighting for a third dragon if you get to that point.
And then for me, this team excels when Tarzan and Kyle are working together. And I'm not blaming Kyle individually. I do think he had some poor engages in this. I don't know if that's a team thing or a him thing going in. But I think we saw it earlier in their games where when these two are working well together, there's absolutely nothing that can stop AL in a lot of these team fights. And I don't think we saw that, especially in those early Drake contests that neither you nor I really liked.
Yeah, I mean, both that AL and BLG has, we must fight syndrome. Like, doesn't matter how far behind you are, if the enemy team has Elder, if you see an angle, like even if it's the slimmest angle, we must outplay them. This is the one thing that I think CFO will probably have over them if they just have a better composition. So I'm interested in the next game's draft.
And I really feel like most of the games we've seen from AL so far, it's been the case because they win off of really good macro play and movements on the map from 1 game, 2 game, and then 3 games, they forget about discipline. They forget about everything they know, and
it was gone.
They just want to have fun. I don't feel like they were having fun this game though, because crushing victory on the side of CFO. And guys, I would like to bring back the top lane board that we have.
Oh, let's do it.
We have seen Driver, we have seen Rest. What are we looking at? What kind of matchups can we
Let's take some of these.
Yeah, let's
the
take them
York
off
is
the
gone.
board.
The Rumble is
Draft.
gone.
What do we have left? And can we expect more maybe champions
The
that we
Gragas
haven't
is
seen
gone.
yet?
Oh, I just hit the TV. It actually is attached to our TV here.
Flandre surprised us, with the Smolder last time. Is there any other wacky pick that we can expect from them?
I mean...
It just has to be this.
This one, yeah.
Like the Scion, everyone wants to contest for. They're just such good Scion players that it feels like that's going to be the pick. Rest, even though he came in, he hasn't played, I feel like, any one of the picks that he is well known for. So I'm worried about that.
I'd say it's the Gnar. Like, the Gnar is his most played.
Yeah, sadly it's gone.
I think it is gone now. But I actually thought he did have a pretty good game, right? Like, he was marking the flanks.
True.
He got off a lot of really good Gnar CC.
That's fair.
Obviously, we're looking at that guy as well.
That man going in there. Where did I put
because Rest is staying in, so we'll see.
Rest is staying in. Indeed, we will see the Oysters come back here. CFO brings us to a series here in this Game 4. Let's see if they can take it to Silver Scrapes right after the break.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi.
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scan the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this done.
I'm going full speed. I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
The flash, but has the smite. Can step forward here. Hallowed miss out from the Gwen as they look for the Articon. Junja's in there and he steals it away. Better Storm comes out, but Doggo finds one, finds two with a true shot barrage. It's a triple. It's a quadra. And Doggo is barking. Woo! And here we go, back into the series between the LCP and the LPL, the #1 seeds from their respective region, with CFO striking back in Game 3. I think a lot of people in the audience, a lot of people at home will be saying they should be 2-1 up at this point. For AL, you're on the brink of, well, not right now because you have 2 more games, but you're in a position where you could be getting knocked out of MSI before you even get to the top 3, even the finals, which is kind of where we were expecting AL to end up.
Regardless of what you think about this series, CFO have demonstrated that they have the caliber to compete against the best in the world.
Yeah.
They have the potential, they have the groundwork needed.
And consistently do so.
Yes, they do. Their style is that of control. And while we do still see mistakes in their play, at the end of the day, they are pushing teams like many have been unable to do. Now, of course, they still only have 1 game under their belt. We have to push aside the ifs, the what-ifs, the maybes, the could-haves. This is their position. They need to find another win. They've chosen to keep Rest in. And they're going to move to the red side once again. They're going to look to try and give him that counter pick.
Red side with 100% win rate in this series. AL won 2 games on it, CFO won a game on it. Then AL selected blue side, and now CFO are once again on the red. Caitlyn and Victor bans. Last time we saw Caitlyn, Leona, Nocturne from AL when they're on the blue side. Vi already removed. We're commonly seeing the Pantheon and the Varus taken away by CFO on red.
Okay, we are getting very deep into these pools now. This is where some of the crazy stuff starts to come out. Of course, Vi and Pantheon, just 2 very strong junglers on the patch. Of course, you want to take those away. That just makes the jungle pool that much closer. The Scion's still going to be removed, even though it's Rest. Cassante is the champion you've got to be cautious of against Rest. He didn't bring it out in the last game, but with Gwen gone, I mean, Jax would immediately be the champion you think about as a solid answer, but there's always possibly Ambessa as well. The CFO fans coming out in force.
And loud voice here as well. When CFO was starting to bounce back in that game, you could hear the audience here. Really an ignited electricity amongst them. Same bans for CFO as they'll get rid of the Varus as their final ban. Nocturne let through alongside the Leona from anyone's legend. Jace is their first pick.
Okay. I'm going to throw it out there. Malphite is an option. Now, the thing that I don't like Ornn, do you remember...
when Rest played Ornn last at MSI, it was awful.
Doran, yeah. Yeah, Doran just solo killed him like twice.
Well, he itemized wrong and he leveled up the wrong abilities, according to Ornn players that I have talked to about it.
Right.
So it would be a surprise if we see the Ornn again. Definitely Driver's wheelhouse. Aurora locks in instead for Honkyu.
Now in that same series, I don't know if you guys remember Honkyu's Aurora, but he was popping off when they were playing against T1. He's very comfortable on the pick. Again, so I throw out things like Malphite. Shen is also a possibility. K'Sante, I think, is also fine. Like, obviously rough early, but he will get to a point where he's just, I'm K'Sante.
Yep.
So,
it's one of Rest's most played.
Okay, I like this for Junja.
So much AoE already coming out from them with the Between Worlds and the Cataclysm. Leona is available as well if you want to add a Solar Flare on top of that.
True, with Braum and Alistair gone, like, it would be Rakan into Leona, which is fine. Ooh, Silas for Shanks. I do like this for him. We know him as a playmaker. Gets his hands on a champion like this and he can do some serious work. Of course, the matchup is rough early on. But a couple of good ganks can very much change the dynamics. Instead, they're prioritizing their AD carry. Now, Tahm Kench, oh, nope, they're just going for the mid laner, all right. So Tahm Kench, valuable ban.
Really valuable ban here for CFO to make sure they can actually get on that backline. A lot of range as well for AL already with the accelerated shock blast, with Jinx with her rockets. It's going to be very difficult.
Thinking about it, do you really want to give it a Silas as well? I don't like it. I'm sure he feels confident in this matchup, which is fine, but picking it into the K'Sante, into the Silas specifically, I think is a rough one, and I prefer this more. Not only do we know Rest to be a very good K'Sante, and when your back's against a wall in a series like this, playing Comfort I think makes a lot of sense. It also just like, it doesn't give Silas another good ultimate to steal.
That's always the problem when you have an early Silas. Yes, you can build your composition around the fact that there's a Silas on the enemy team, but you also are just pigeonholed in the champions that you want to pick. I mean, the reason you didn't pick a Malphite here is the fact there's a Silas on the enemy team, right? The hardest counter in League of Legends, no matter what lanes they're in as well. Silas can be mid, Malphite can be top, and it's still an incredible counter. CFO on the same page as you, though, Vedi, as they get rid of the Tahm Kench here in that second phase.
Start pinching that AD carry pool.
That's what AL should do.
Caitlyn's already taken away. So Sivir, another one that you should consider getting rid of.
Aphelios.
Oh, Doggo's Aphelios. Yeah, especially if AL is thinking about Jinx Lulu. Because range supports now, they're very high on the priority list, right? So Draven going to be taken away from Doggo. I very much agree with you. The Aphelios should be considered. I mean, I forget what season it was, but Jinx Aphelios was the meta for God knows how long.
Years ago?
Yeah.
Something like that. The 200 years.
And I can tell you right now, Doggo played in that meta. If you guys didn't get to see his Aphelios game, it was, I mean, EU fans can remember that one for a while.
I've tried to block it out of my memory, I'm going to be honest. There's a Sejuani ban by CFO, trying to get rid of a non-committal engage source from AL, and also a tank that they could play in the jungle. Obviously, the Glacial Prison, the ability just
also
to chuck that out at people.
The melees synergizing with the Sejuani as well. Good pairing. All right, so what will the final ban be here? Is it a Sivir? Is it an Aphelios? What are they thinking?
Kalista also making a way through picks and bans here. Hasn't had a great time at MSI. I don't think you'd want to pick it into the Jinx either, but I'm just putting it out there because it is so often highly prioritized when it comes to draft.
The thing is, if you lock in Aphelios now, if they don't go Lulu, you could just do Lulu yourself.
But you could go Thresh first and then go the Aphelios second.
Blood.
Well,
so because AL could just do Blitzcrank, that's why, yeah. Yep.
So the reason Blitzcrank is great into Thresh is Thresh's hook CCs himself. So if he throws out a hook, you can just hook in response and you pull him in.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This is why I preferred the Aphelios first pick, because then you could have responded if a hook champion comes out on the other side. But yeah, all right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Maokai.
I mean, it does everything you want it to do.
Never go wrong with a Maokai.
Yep. Gives you zone control, allows you to control those neutral objectives really well, and is a tank, which is really what AL are looking for, someone on that front line. Also the saplings.
Tanky this game rather than AP.
Also the saplings give you vision for the hook. Ashe currently the hover for CFO. Long range pick potential, really good with the Jarvan, with the Thresh. It's
a bit scary versus Maokai.
I mean, Doggo playing Cogmore, if he doesn't use the Corgi skin would disappoint me, I'll be honest. But it is going to be Sivir instead.
I mean, so I prefer this more into the Blitz. Yep. Because you do have that spell shield available to you, right? Which makes it that much harder to lock you down. Also, silent. I mean, actually, spell shield's so good into this comp, isn't it? Like, you can spell shield Zap, you can spell shield the traps from Jinx, you can spell shield the hook, you can spell shield Silas, the Maokai ultimate. and Shock Blast. So
you can actually spell shield every ability in the game, buddy.
Okay, thank you. I was highlighting the important abilities that are worth spell shielding, okay? CFO, pretty straightforward. Front to back comp.
Yep.
It's not really more complicated than that. Jarvan goes in, Sivir presses R, and it becomes a question. And AL have something similar. They have a lot more side lane options because both Shanks and Flandre, you can play more of a 1-through-1 style. You do have a lot of poke. The zap that comes through from the Jinx along with the poke that comes from the JCQ. So there's while still having good team fighting, of course. So I would say that AL's composition has a little bit more flexibility, but I think that CFO's comp has more early game agency. I think that Jarvan in combination with Aurora is just a very powerful mid-jungle 2v2 in the early game. Maokai can't really compete against that, and Sylas will take a little bit to ramp up, especially if they go for the Rod of Ages build that we've been seeing a lot recently.
I think for the Maokai, it's all about being able to dodge the flag and drag with a twisted advance or dodge away from some of that early CC as we get into Game 4 here between Anyone's Legend and CFO. In a series that a lot of people predicted would end in a quick 3-0 for AL, CFO have shown that they are not here to be a punching bag. So consistently through this MSI, they have surprised expectations, and even though they continue to be the underdog, I think Doggo has shown just how much an underdog can do.
I mean, so at first stand, when they competed and they started winning a bunch in the group stages, the conversation was, well, a bunch of the other teams are jet-lagged, people are underperforming, right? Like, there was what I would define as excuses, right? It was very much a other team doing bad rather than necessarily CFO doing good. And then what do? They push KC to 5 games, right? And that intense best of 5, very close to securing a spot in the finals of first stand, which would have been absolutely massive for them. They fall short. Then they come to MSI. People are now talking them out a little bit more, right? A little bit more optimistic. But of course, you always have to be careful because dominating the LCP doesn't always translate to the international stage. And so even though they did have a very good spring, does that necessarily mean that you're going to perform well at MSI? Let me tell you, they have done. Pushing T1 to the full 5 games, knocking out Koi, and now here against AL, they were so close to being 2-1 up in this series. They're a team that has showcased an insane level of potential. The skill ceiling on their individual members is incredible. And again, while we do see some mistakes at times, by and large, they are very consistent and they are a good team. We'll see if they can bring us to a 5-game against AL, the #1 seed from the LPL, a tournament favorite, mind you.
AL taking Gen G to 5 games last week. And what I love for CFO is it's kind of this mix of old and new blood as well. You know, you've got Reston Driver and Honkyu, who we haven't seen too much on the international stage. And then you've got Doggo, who was so good, he went to the LPL and then struggled there. You've got Junja, who has been the face of the LCP for God knows how long. And Kaiwing, who just passed 100 games on the international stage, only the 32nd player to ever do that. As Shanks is feeling the pain against this Aurora. It's so tricky for the Sylas. He's gone for that Doran shield. Hook from Kaiwing does not connect, but the Boomerang Blade does on Kyle. He's got a biscuit and a pot, so he'll be happy enough in this lane.
Yeah, that mid lane matchup is definitely a rough one. For now, though, it's CFO with pushing mid, pushing bot. Jarvan on the bot side of the map as well. You could look for both a mid dive. Bot dive might be a bit ambitious with the HP bars that we're seeing, especially this early on. CFO could consider an early swap.
They definitely could. Push in, get that Jace a little bit behind. I do think the Cassante will obviously struggle a little bit more in the 2v1. The Jace having that range, but Cassante much better with low econ. So the hook is going to hit onto Kyle. It's more for poke than anything else. Down to 200 HP as Kyle walks forward. Good spell shield from Doggo into the Lantern. Pops the emote as well. He just walks away. Junja looking for the flank here, Veddy.
That dive that was a little ambitious earlier, looking very realistic right now. Doggo doesn't have much mana, but the Maokai's on the top side of the map.
Junja spotted on vision.
Here we go.
Tarzan a mile away. Kaiwing looking for that hook. Junja steps forward. Hook's going to land onto Kyle. He's pulled back. Played. And first blood goes to CFO. Tarzan looking for the flank here onto Honkyu in the mid lane. Kaiwing surviving towards the bottom side. Hope electing not to go any further as they get the twisted advance in the mid lane onto Honkyu. Shanks looking for the damage, but doesn't have a huge amount of mana. The twofold hex might be enough from Honkyu here. He flashes over the wall and the voice spread. Flash against the auto down. The sapling will send him to his grave, but in a 2v1, he finds the kill. Tarzan knocked up by Ginger. No red buff on him, though, so I don't think he's going to chase any further.
CFO in game 4 continue to play as they often do, with nothing but confidence. The push in mid, the push in bot. Honkyu, we said what he was capable of doing on this champion, and he shows it to us once more. 2 kills to their name already. A small gold lead, but look at that. A 9 CS advantage in the 1v1. We look back at this play. A beautiful hook connects from Kaiwing, and I mean, that's just certain death guaranteed. They don't even have to manage the tower aggro. Meanwhile, in mid, Honkyu, he sees the Maokai. He's doing what damage he can onto Shanks. But the thing is, once these cooldowns have been used, they don't have anything left. Meanwhile, the auto attacks are still stacking on the passive of Shanks. And so Honkyu pops the health pot, which is super valuable, flashes over the wall. They lose vision. The Observer's Shoulders right there, buying him that extra bit of time to land that last auto. And the coaching staff elated as they should be.
This guy's 18 years old, Betty. This guy is 18 years old and making a name for himself in the LCP and now on the international stage. Both the bot lanes have swapped up to the top side. Teleport coming out from both Rest and Flandre to go down towards bot. Flandre actually going for the cull here as Honkyu turns the damage back down onto Shanks, gets that electrocute proc, and will force him low. Honkyu about 2 minions away from hitting level 6 here. Shanks does still have his flash.
The swap that we were talking about coming through, well, it's already come through, I should say, from Hope and Kyle, but now the Sivir looking to match on the top side. Another swap is going to happen from Hope as they... there we are. Look, you can see the Jinx sitting on the minimap, going to path back towards the bot side, so they're trying to avoid this 2v2. Oh, I might stand corrected. Now that Sivir's been spotted, looks like they want that 2v2. Oh, big ulti drop from Honkyu, chipping away at Shanks. That's going to be a TP into the mid lane from the Blitzcrank as Kaiwing sets his sights on bot.
Flandre needs to be careful here, because there's the lantern, there's the play. Flandre, he was looking at the prediction flag on the death sentence, but it's still enough. Kaiwing will take the kill. CFO will claim the feat of strength, or the feat of warfare, as they pick up the first 3 kills of the game at a 1,000 gold lead here, Betty.
Flandre, patient with the flash, but it's not enough against Ginger. Beautiful EQ flash combo to still get that knockup. CFO secured their 3rd kill of the game. You can feel the momentum quickly shifting the way of CFO. In this early game, they need to keep things going. Vision going to be lost around the Dragon. The 280 carries matching on the top side. Honkyu got to get away. Kyle's fishing.
Veil. Kyle will land the hook onto Honkyu, but a great winning! That bopper was insane!
I didn't know you could do that. That was sick from Honkyu. He avoids the hook, and now Kaiwing knows Hope is isolated.
Doggo has that level 6 as well, the on the hunt for a chase potential. Hope has barrier, but no flash as they go on the hunt. The Flame Chomper's down, Kaiwing will land the hook again, and all hope might be lost. He survives, Kaiwing can't tank up any more tower shots up towards that top side. Kyle on his way across as well. Ooh, Shanks going between worlds, stolen away that ultimate, but just can't land the chains. Honkyu, with his fancy feet, continues to dodge and dance away. The 2-fold Hex pulled back won't be enough to chunk out Shanks.
Nice trading there from Shanks. Hope did use the rocket in the top lane as well. Doesn't actually find a pick, though. Base is going to come through from CFO. They don't get the barrier out from Hope, which is what I think CFO is looking for. Knockup going to come through. Kyle knows it's not really worth trying to connect the hook. Another wave going to be pushed in, though. And that is a very healthy lead for Doggo, securing the kill. Nice CS advantage. Mid also with an advantage. Grubs being started off by Tarzan. He's no stranger to this objective. Smite's going to come through, and I imagine he's just going to back away.
He gets one of them. Might look for a second as well. The lantern down. Ginger will get a smite of his own.
Okay.
Getting the second, obviously taking away that objective for the feats. It's quite nice. Honkyu was low mana in the mid lane as well.
But also Doggo had just backed, and they knew that Hope was making his way back out onto the map, so if they forced that fight, they were guaranteed to be at a numbers disadvantage. They wisely disengage. They'll give 2 grubs to 1, not the end of the world. CFO going to set their sights on the Dragon. Their mid laner did just go back to base. Doesn't have TP either. Kyle going to fish with a hook and doesn't quite find it. The Sivir now making his way to the bot lane. CFO should get this one uncontested, as we know Tarzan's on the top side of the map, but also a bunch of resets have just come through from AL.
bunch of question mark pings coming out towards that top tower as well from CFO. I'm not quite sure where the enemy is. Doggo looking to push this wave in. It's a cannon wave, so actually Hope should be able to catch this, but still about a 24 CS lead right now for Doggo. That will be culled down to about 18 or so. So Super Mega Death Rocket goes just wide of Doggo and Kaiwing. Doggo now finished his Essence Reaver already, only 9 minutes into this game. Has that first completed item, foregoing boots entirely for it, Betty.
Now Shanks opting for that Rod of Ages build. We see it a lot against burst champions specifically, just providing you with that extra bit of HP, especially when Shanks wants to get into the thick of the fight. Hook will connect.
Flag and drag forward. There's the play as well, and the Lantern to bring Doggo into the party spell shield away from the Flame Chompers. And Kyle flashes to relative safety underneath his tower, but now Hope needs to be a little bit cautious because he's on his own down in this bot lane for a while.
Certainly is. And Doggo has a huge amount of wave clear available.
Shanks jumping onto Honkyu.
Goes that extra bit of HP.
Oh, between the veil we go as Honkyu looks for a little bit more damage. Dashes across. The Kingslayer coming out from Shanks to heal himself up enough to survive the burst.
He got very scared there. The flash he felt was necessary to get that HP back. You can see in the extended trades, Honkyu is just getting the better of his opponent. Working towards the double haunting guys, as we see so often from this mid lane Aurora. And Doggo continues to move around the map. He's setting up for a play on top lane. Flandre is ultra respectful, as he is super cautious. There's the ward and immediately disengages. Wise to recognize that we've been seeing a lot of swaps, and he will not fall prey to this one.
And if you're AL, your hopes are kind of on Flandre right now. One of only 2 players on your team with a gold lead. If he can draw pressure up towards this top side, it does give free time for Hope to get back into the game a little bit. Currently about 300 gold in the hole as he pushes out this wave. Rest is here with his teleport. Flandre has one to match if he wants it. Honkyu's TP coming up in a second, but for CFO, forcing Flandre behind is great. Making sure that he can't get extra gold, can't get towards these big items on the Jace as Honkyu and Shanks trade once again in this mid lane. Shanks using that Catalyst of Aeons, getting all that extra health back as he dashes back in with the Abscond Abduct. Doesn't land the chains though. Honkyu trying to sidestep that extra damage. Kyle. Honkyu has to flash the hook.
Honkyu using the W and just going the wrong direction. Kyle reads it well, but the reflexes on him. I mean, that's 18-year-old reflexes right there. He flashes that one. And okay. I love how proactive both these supports are being on the map, constantly looking for hooks, seeing if they can convert it into a pick. Hope now swapping back towards the top lane. Doggo being sent to bot. Essence Reaver finished with the 2 daggers. Doggo in a great position as the tension continues to mount. This gold lead hasn't really extended that much more in favor of CFO.
I think it's really CFO trying to make sure that AL can't allocate the gold where they want to. Because I think Doggo into Hope would be fine. I think they'd have a whale of a time in that matchup, just Ricochet, push him out, you know, make sure that he's not enjoying himself. But they keep matching Doggo into Flandre. They keep overloading Flandre's side of the map and trying to force him into disadvantageous situations. So you can see here, Hope was just top lane. He's now opening it up through bot. Flandre is the one that's going to teleport to the top when Rest had run to top to match Hope.
Well, the idea is good, but Flandre sitting still very pretty right now.
Oh yeah, he's still very
At the
happy.
very least, it's alleviated some pressure off of Rest, working towards that Frozen Gauntlet. But Doggo, he is very safe. Has the Lantern to take him away to safety.
It's a lot of damage onto Kyle as well, who only has the Swifty Boots and the Kindle gem right now.
Here's what I'll say. 80 carries like this, often games just become about them.
Yeah.
Like, even if CFO is winning, it takes a single kill on Jinx to completely turn a fight around.
Especially with the resets.
And the same thing for Zivit. If you just leave her alone for like 5 seconds, maybe even less, 3, and those ricochets start bouncing, they melt through a team fight. And that's like... The main reason why I love Fearless is because we do see so many different types of compositions that come through, but especially as we get later in these 80 carries, become a much bigger piece. Right now, it's hard not to turn your eyes towards Doggo, who just has been a standout. And that's not like Hope has had a bad series by any means. He started off the series with a fantastic performance himself. But Doggo in that last game, the quadra kill was just crazy from him.
His Ezreal performance, absolutely crazy. Got 2 wins on it so far at this MSI. And I think the thing for CFO is a lot of their frontline is just distraction for Doggo, right? It's you put down the Aurora ult, you put down the Cataclysm, you put down the box, and it's just all about making sure that Doggo has that time to get the ricochets down. For AL, they don't really have the tankiness to survive through those ricochets. It's Leandri's into what seems like bloodletters here for Tarzan, so he's going to be really squishy. Will do a bunch of damage, but be a little bit hard for him as Doggo is the one caught out, and he puts the spell shield, but still caught by the Flame Chompers. There's the shutdown for Hope, and he evens out that gold in the AD carry position.
Much needed gold injection for Hope, and the combo was clean. The traps come down, and as you identified, Medic, the spell shield was on the knock-up of Kyle. So when he takes the Lantern to safety, he actually gets dragged through the traps and locked up. The flash follow-through comes from Tarzan. Big damage on the Shanks.
Shanks steals away the ultimate here, looking for the chase. Ginger in with the Cataclysm, and now Kyle's underneath that tower. Shanks tanking it as well, he'll fall. It's 2-0 so far as CFO try and continue to turn this fight around. The dive, disastrous! Hope almost falls, but he has the barrier just in time to survive through Honkyu's burst.
Junja makes a massive play for CFO there. AL think for themselves, oh, this is an isolated Honkyu, we can quickly convert this into a kill. But without any hesitation, Junja ults into the play. We'll start with this pick on mid lane. Doggo thinking he can get a great trade onto Hope. Gets locked at the hit. The spell shield's the knock up, but then gets dragged through the traps. Gets rooted up, ends up falling, and the shutdown going over to Hope is a huge goal injection. Then they say, well, we've got 4 members. Honkyu is isolated in the bot lane, but then the ulti onto Kyle, knowing that he doesn't have his flash available, means that he gets locked up. Shanks is then quick to follow because he gets the tower aggro. And while Hope looks safe, ready to turn this fight in their favor, the damage from Honkyu was monstrous.
He is in a really strong position on this Aurora. 700 gold ahead right now. Ginger as well has finished that Sundered Sky, double Ruby Crystal for a little bit of extra health. Pretty even game still, though, between CFO and AL here. Only 600 gold in it. Flandre, the one for AL, that really has garnered himself a gold lead through this early game. Yumu's complete on him, has the tier as well, building up towards that Manamune. 3 stacks on the Rod of Ages for Shanks. Next fight, likely to be around this Rift Herald. A lot of vision here for AL. Double control wards, double wards around it as well. As Rest gets the Intofos back here, Flandre does have to be careful if he's in the clutches of this Cassante. Pretty easy for the Cassante just to drag you away from where you want to be, and that's exactly what Rest is trying to do. Forces Flandre out. Flandre steps back in and will clear out these minions.
Rest should feel very comfortable in this matchup right now. It's going to be very difficult for Flandre to have any real kill threat on him. With the Herald alive.
2 items on Doggo, Betty.
Yep. I was just about to say, I feel like it's AL that needs to be cautious, but as we've learned from this series, AL, they like to contest objectives.
Do they have a deep water TP too? Quick check.
Right now they don't.
Yeah.
Bases are going to come through from both top laners.
They both have teleport. There's 1 TP, but that's Honkyu going up towards the top side. Flandre's going to open up through mid while his Rest is pathing down towards the bottom side. Now goes back towards that mid lane. Honkyu will get the push here on the top side as CFO start up the Rift Herald.
Here we go, top laners making their way over.
No
AL
vision.
want to contest this.
Really for AL. They have 1 ward just over here, which gives Kyle an opportunity to find a hook. He'll step forward, clears out the vision. Rest coming across. Is that Rift Herald still pretty healthy? 6,000 now. Kyle still looking for that hook. There's the Nature's Grass coming out from Tarzan as AL wants to take the fight. A couple of roots going down, but between worlds goes the Aurora. Rest able to dodge away. The Lantern there as well for him. Shanks steals the Cataclysm. Riptail secured by CFO. A counter Cataclysm onto Tarzan. Not really the target you want. Doggo untouched so far. Almost eats a zap as Shanks dives back in. Flashes over the flag and drag as Hope flashes forward as well as CFO have managed to get 4 members out. Ginger almost takes down Hope, but gives the bounty across. And CFO will manage to get out with 4 players alive.
My goodness, those health bars got very low on both sides. No one could confirm a kill for so long, but it ended up being a 1-for-1. We look back at the fight, and it's rest that's the focus. We expected this to be a front-to-back fight, and wisely they just target the front line. They do some seriously good damage to him, but then they've committed a lot, so now they don't really have much left for the back line. Hongkyu kind of dancing on that edge very dangerously, Junja trying to provide that space for him. Then Doggo steps up saying, I want to start dishing out damage, and he does a lot. And it's Shanks diving into the back line that forces Doggo to flash away, but at this point Junja doesn't have anything left. He's isolated, he has no way to get out, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Hope picks up another bounty. He now has a gold lead over Doggo, even though he's 26 CS behind, 4 waves in their entirety. Hope's picked up the bounty off Doggo and Junja so far this game, and he can be a difference maker here for AL. Has that Infinity Edge now complete. Hongkyu, on the other hand, 1,000 gold lead over Shanks. Having an absolute stormer so far. No one here to answer on the top side. AL will get their first tower of the game, but CFO have already secured a turret of their own and have those feats of strength complete.
Dragon alive. CFO quick to start this objective off. Doggo with the push in mid. The Herald there to assist with that push. Right now, AL's a little scattered. Shanks hovering on the bot side of the map, trying to find an angle in. Right now, he can't find one. The bait is coming through from Tarzan, so it looks like they're just going to concede this. Tower secured as well. A gamble as the Jinx rocket comes through to try and steal, but it's not going to convert into much.
It would have been the most adventurous contest I've ever seen if AL decided to fight around that one. They'll give up the second dragon for CFO, but having got a dragon themselves, that's Soul not really too much of a worry right now. 2 items on Tarzan with his Bloodletter's Curse and the Liandry's complete. And it feels like, you know, CFO are in a strong position. Fight's kind of coming out towards their favor, but it's basically even between these two teams, especially with Hope getting those couple of bounties. He is back to a strong position on this Jinx. Flandre as well, if he gets some time to poke and prod with those accelerated shock blasts, has the Mana Mune all the way up to the Muramana and that U moves. Atakan, possibility. Kaiwing trying to retreat, get away from that sapling so he can't be slowed. The hook from Kyle. That rocket not going to grab anything. As Rest is up towards the top side right now, working his way down, doesn't have the teleport. No TP as well for Shanks. He just went back to base. Atakan started by an accelerated shock blast, but not really either team wanting to actually take the objective right now.
It's Shanks whose positioning is the most awkward. Hongyu going to go back to mid lane to clear out another wave. Now the Atakan has been started off. Another wave pushed in. The wave clear from CFO is relentless. But they recognize that this is still a very dangerous fight to take. The thing I'm recognizing with this comp from AL is they do have an inherent range advantage. With Flandre and Jinx, it's hard for CFO to necessarily play an equal front-to-back, simply because AL can throw down the Nature's Grasp. They can poke at you with Flandre's QE combo. They have Jinx hitting you with zaps. When the RFC comes through, she's also just going to be trying to hit you with those auto attacks and praying for a nice crit. CFO are, for all intent and purposes, a pretty short-range composition, and so they need an ambitious play from Junja, or they need a really good hook to come through from Kaiwing. I think starting off these fights is just harder for CFO. And I think that's why playing through objectives is the best way to do it. Use the objective to draw them in and then turn it into a fight.
You want to be on those objectives first as well, because otherwise the zone control coming out from the Flame Chompers, from the Jinx, from the Blitzcrank with the hook, from the Jace as well with those accelerated shock blasts.
Because of Civi's ultimate, it's not the end of the world if they're second.
Through it, I guess.
Yeah, and because you also have like Cassante, you should feel pretty safe face checking. But I agree with you that like you don't ever really want to face check into a Blitzcrank.
It's always just, yeah, the threat of the hook is always there, and if you have vision control, it's so much harder for the shock blast to hit, for the hooks to hit. As Kyle will hook the Atakan here. There was no one backing him up, so even if he had caught Hongkyu, it was tentative at best. Like maybe I get a flash out, maybe I get a spell out of Hongkyu. The bot lane tower is really the focus for both these teams right now. CFO will keep this Atakan aggroed, at least for the time being, as AL begin to collapse here, Betty.
Bot tower finally secured. AL see the Atakan is being started. They go through the bot wave, but CFO have disengaged from it. Shanks looking to get the push. HP bars are a little low. You can look at Rest. The poke now coming through from AL. They know they have the health advantage, and they should feel confident to start this one off.
Junja healing up off the Gromp a little bit. Artican resets.
Very tense between the two teams.
Oh, lots of pings coming out on mid though. AL might use the fact that CFO over-invested on this bot side just to take this mid tier 1 down.
Shanks with the level 10 on the Rod of Ages, now closing the experience gap. TP in mid lane is super dangerous.
It's rest. He should be okay. As Shanks jumps in, and he's not okay at all. Has to flash across the wall. Shanks gonna dive forward, and the Super Mega Death Rocket hits its man. I thought Cassante would be tankier as Shanks flashes in and looks for another. He'll get the double. CFO trying to react to anyone's legend, but they just weren't quick enough.
Kyle gonna sidestep the poke from Honkyu. Will not connect with the ult, and Honkyu throwing out the ulti himself will do very little damage. Artican cannot be contested. And AL with a beautiful punish onto CFO. CFO, as you rightly highlighted, Medic, had just committed one too many members to the bot side of the map. Mid was completely exposed, and they should have just let the tower fall, but instead they tried to defend it. The chompers were there, they have the numbers, and it's just a quick collapse. He flashes over the wall, but Shanks had already stolen the ulti away from Honkyu, and then allows him, working with Hope, to secure that kill. He then feels confident enough to get a second. Doggo does not have the damage to melt through Shanks just yet. And that means 2 kills, a tower, and Artican.
And it's that sort of thing that can explode a game, that can decide a game at this level. AL now with a 1.5k gold lead. CFO setting up around what would be Soul Point for them. And an Ocean Soul would be game-changing in this matchup. But AL force CFO out of the jungle. Rest is pushing through bots. Recall coming out. Shanks just short of eating that death sentence.
Shanks has bounced back very nicely in this game. And again, like CFO, they're sending a lot to the bot side. They realize that they can gain access to the river, but look at how much control you're losing over mid. Hope is going to push that wave out.
They also just don't have much control of their own jungle. AL, with the wave in mid, could just say, cool, get on Soul Point, we'll take the tier 2. That's what Flandre's starting to do right now, while the rest of AL will try to collapse. Shanks, off vision on the control ward. As there's the Nature's Grasp, eaten up. Kaiwing Mikhails himself, but the hook still lands, but the Fame Chompers are down. Honkyu trying to dive in, Shanks on the backline immediately, and Hope is on a killing spree. He finds one. Looking at Junja now as Doggo can't survive through Shanks. Rest goes all out, but Shanks goes golden as AL sends CFO to the morgue.
A flawless team fight from AL as they execute perfectly. Focusing down Kaiwing, making it a front to back, and drawing their attention away from Shanks on the flank. They take out 4, only Junja is left, and maybe, just maybe, he can find a steal. But AL are looking to secure the Baron here in game 4.
Have another look at this. Shanks off vision just gets that backline.
CFO are aware of it, but once this hook connects and the damage is dealt, CFO have to react. It's a good ultimate from Honkyu, but then when Shanks arrives, the fight devolves into chaos. Junja is isolated from his team. Shanks is chasing the enemy down alongside Tarzan. He pops the Zhonya's right at the last moment to stay alive as well. And you can feel these fights getting harder and harder for CFO to play.
There's still hope. They can still get back into this game. We have seen them have a comeback in game 2 where they almost took it from 8k behind, but against AL with Flandre's poke, with Hope only scaling up, and with Shanks playing as well as he is on this Silas, it is going to be so damn tricky.
I mean, this is the thing. What do you do when Hope is staring you in the face with an Infinity Edge, an LDR, and a Kraken Slayer?
Yeah.
You want Hope to be on your side.
That's true.
And right now, he and Shanks have bounced back beautifully. The early game was very rough, but Hope hasn't died yet this game. Tarzan in a similar position, and with the Baron buff, they'll now start getting closer to the base of CFO. They'll need to turtle. They have a great champion for it. Hook connects.
Another hook onto Rest. Tries to Pathmaker out, but the Flame Chompers will stop his retreat. Flandre now gets the kill. And Rest is sent to the afterlife. For AL, they can just continue to push in, and this is the defensive positioning against a Blitzcrank is so darn hard, because again, He looks for the hook. Honkyu has to use the ultimate to buffer out of it. And now he's caught up in Shanks' Cataclysm, who continues to chase forward. The Nature's Grasp coming out, Junja the one locked up. The Lantern from Kairing won't be taken by anyone as AL force CFO away from their inhibitor. Shanks dives in once again with the abscond abduct. And Junja is just trying to get away, but he's slain. A King Slayer to take down Junja. And AL will take the mid inhib, will take the top inhib as they TP in and look for the end.
AL is looking to close things out. It was a hard-fought series. They were pushed to their limit. But AL see the Nexus.
Shanks dives in, goes between worlds. The Nexus towers fall. And CFO can only watch as AL rip them to shreds. The oysters are shucked. The pandas are eating good. AL claim the series 3-1.
AL with their impressive team fighting in that final game. They weathered the storm. They bounced back through the rough early game. They didn't let the game get out of their hands. And then a single fight was all it took. They'll secure top 4 here at MSI. And they'll look to face the winner of BLG versus FlyQuest.
We'll see how far they can go coming into the tournaments as one of the favorites. I think Gen G standing slightly above. For CFO, what a performance it's been. What a year it's been so far. They will obviously be disappointed with how this series ended, with how Game 2 ended in particular. But everyone on this team has shown up. Everyone on this team has had a performance to be remembered.
I mean, they should be proud. They were strong, and they will be remembered. The expectation is that they will be back at the World Championship, and people will not underestimate them anymore. They are a team that has continued to prove themselves against some of the best players in the world, some of the best teams in the world. And you can just see like the rate at which they're growing.
Yeah.
It feels like that they've already achieved something that so many from the APAC region couldn't do before, taking out EU.
And what a continuation of that story, of the Flash Wolves, of PSG. Now it's CFO's turn to hold that torch and to represent the LCP. You can see like, they really tried in that final game, but just a couple of mistakes, a couple of moments began to cost them. And when AL have their grasp on a game, it is really hard to take that away from them. They are really good at suffocating you out, at denying you everything. You can see AL going to the next round of the lower bracket. As you said, Vetti, will play the winner of BLG FlyQuest, which is happening tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be an interesting one for sure. North America are very excited to see how they stack up against BLG.
As they should be. FlyQuest have looked on form this tournament.
They certainly have. BLG showcasing some weaknesses, but a team that's been underestimated before.
Yeah, when you have Knight and Bin, you always have a chance.
Oh yes, you certainly do. And again, like rounding out today's series, AL, I think that they continue to demonstrate what they are so good at. Their control, their ability to smother you with vision and pressure. The fact that they control these neutral objectives so cleanly. CFO found ways to combat that, found ways to challenge that. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but they put on a damn good performance and came so close to achieving a lot.
That they did. We're going to join Shocks and Shanks for the Verizon post-game interview.
Anyone's legend is victorious and wins here 3-1. I have Wendy here to assist with the translations for Shanks as we begin this interview. But first, I think you need something in order to do your interview the best way. Can you tell us what this is all about, the sunglasses?
首先，恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。但我觉得，如果不戴着墨镜的香克斯的采访就是不完整的。能不能和我们说一说，戴着墨镜对你来讲代表着什么？有什么样的特殊的意义？
首先，我觉得墨镜和眼镜这个东西就是单纯的装酷耍帅。
I believe like wearing all the sunglasses or wearing glasses is just, I feel cool with that. I feel it's amazing.
Okay, I see. Now you're very cool on the Rift as well. And Shanks, we have been waiting so long to see you on the international stage. So I gotta ask, how do you feel about your performance? How you've been doing now that you finally made it here?
我相信有非常非常多的观众朋友们一直在期待你能够在国际大赛上崭露头角，所以说也想问一下，来到 MSI 的舞台，对于自己的表现有什么样的一个感受？包括说来到这个赛事，在这里大放异彩，有什么样的一些心情？
其实我是真的非常享受这个舞台的吧，对。然后我想过一个问题，这个舞台属不属于我嘛？对。然后后来想一想，我就不去想这些问题，我干嘛管它属不属于我？我享受这个舞台就很爽。
I must say, I really enjoy here. I enjoy the stage. I enjoy playing here on the stage. Previously, I was always questioning about this question, whether this stage belongs to me or not. I'm always questioning myself and adopting about this question, but for now, I don't care about this. I think it's not important. It's just I standing here and I enjoy the stage. That's enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I know a year ago you posted on your Weibo, you asked the question, how many defeats do I have to suffer to finally be the protagonist in my own story? Now that you're here, how do you feel about all the sacrifices you've made to get this chance for yourself?
我记得1年以前的时候，香克斯选手在自己的微博当中有说嘛，要挨多少打才能成角？在自己的故事当中，在经历了这么多的苦难与磨难之后，你终于来到了这里，你有什么样的一些想法？有什么样的心境？到现在是不是觉得所有的一切都值得呢？
对，首先我是绝对认为，不管经历多少苦难、多少挫折，就是我如今已经来到这里，就证明了一件事，绝对是值得的。然后我觉得人生肯定会遇到挫折和苦难，对，未来我也还会遇到，我觉得每个人也可能还会遇到嘛，对，我是一定会用积极的心态去战胜的，对。
I believe with all the obstacles, with all the difficulties I have faced off against, but for now, I'm being here. I overcome all the difficulties. I feel like it's deserved. Yeah. I really enjoy to playing here. And I must say, maybe in the future, for everybody's life, in the life, you must have so many different difficult times. You must have so many tough times for the person. But if you can just try to put 100% of effort into this and to use the optimistic mindset to handle with that, everything will be okay.
That is beautiful. Now, Tabe is also on your team, I should say, as the coach, and we often think he has something really special. Could you, as a first-hand player in this team, tell us what makes Tabe's approach so special?
那接下来也想问一下关于他比教练，我们感觉他比教练好像都有一种神奇的魔力，能够让你们一点一点的进步，打得越来越好。所以说，因为你也是和他比教练也是相处了比较久，所以说能不能和我们分享一下，在你眼中他是什么样子？为什么有他的加持，你们可以越打越好？
我觉得他比从生活上开始就已经非常非常的热情，非常非常有趣了。对，有他这样的教练在，就是我们的队伍啊、心态啊、氛围啊都非常的好。对，就是他比很棒。
Tabi is a great coach, I must say, and starting from the daily life, he's always been very full of passion and full of enthusiasm. He can always help the team to have a very good mentality, a very good mindset, a very good atmosphere. So generally speaking, he's just a great coach.
We can see it. Now, of course, I have to ask you, the LPL has been wanting to get an international title back, especially here at MSI. Is there a promise you can make the fans or anything you can say to instill some confidence into them?
那我也相信，对于 LPL 的赛区，真的非常非常渴望能够在国际大赛上再次拿到一个冠军，特别是像在这样 MSI 的舞台当中。所以说，在这里，香克斯选手有没有什么样的承诺想给到大家？要不要用你的一些话语，给所有热爱 LPL 的粉丝朋友们增加一些自信心？
很简单，我们 AL 绝对会回决赛的。
Easy peasy. I feel like for our AL, we're going to go back to the final stage.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Shisha. Thank you so much, Wendy, as well. Anyone's legend, stay alive at MSI.
Thank you so much, Shanks and Wendy. Of course, amazing interview. I have to say, he is so inspiring.
Yeah.
The way he reflects on everything, the way he carries himself for his very first interview on the international stage, by the way. Massive props, not only on the riff, but for the way he expressed himself during this interview.
Yeah, it's always really interesting talking to people about Shanks because they really reiterate how self-aware he is, and also, I mean, you even heard it from him here, like how much those early defeats, because this is someone who was hyped up super, super hard going in, and then suffered a lot of defeats early on in his career.
He is, and The funny thing about Shanks is that you're right, introspective, very thoughtful, sometimes about subjects you wouldn't expect about. He's like, why are we calling rural people?
Yeah. Did you see his answer to the trolley problem?
I did not.
Okay, well, look forward to that.
I cannot
you can
wait
look
for
it
that
up
one.
in the LPL English. They've been asking all these players about the trolley problem.
That one's a good one.
All right.
So he's very thoughtful. And I wanted to just give it, I mean, we will do this, but like just a shout out to the CFO guys.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Monster performance. Honestly, again, from what they did at first stand to what they did to T1.
Yes.
Today against one of the favorites that we have in the tournament, Raz. I don't even know where to begin with this team. They're so complete. I know we're going to see them again.
Complete in a way where like their gameplay is really high level. It catches a lot of people off guard. Just hearing from even like some of the LPL players who had to scrim versus them doing B.
Yep.
I was like, I thought I was washed. No, they're just good players. And then just seeing how entertaining they are. Like I had Drivers up here. Driver, his torture dance from JoJo's, like the guy's a dancer. And I wish that they would win just so he can show himself off a little bit. And then Doggo, you saw him in his games. Like they're just fun players. So credit to them.
Credit to them. We'll see them again.
Yeah, take a bite out of it.
Some chicken stuff.
Yeah.
Boom.
In their honor, like they had such an amazing run. They're so dominant in their region. Again, the only team that came back from first stand, and I cannot wait to see how these players are going to develop. Think about Honkyu in the mid lane, the youngest player we had in the tournament, statement tournament from him.
Yeah, Honkyu is the big one that I'm looking out for, right?
Yeah.
Because he's also just so fun, like listening to him in interviews where they had him and Doggo together, and Doggo, they were like, oh, Doggo, you used to be known for being super aggressive too, right? And he's like, well, I think I was a little more restrained than Honkyu.
Yeah.
And told the story about how Honkyu goes in without knowing people have flash. And Honkyu's response was, at least the next time I know they don't have flash. And I feel like that like encapsulates, like, right, he's really young, he's super hungry to prove himself, and he is really confident in his own ability, and I think that's great.
Until next time, Flying Oysters, and thank you again for the memories.
You guys better make it to Worlds.
You guys
That's
better
the only
make
thing.
it to Worlds. Talking about AL and what they did today, we have to talk about Tarzan, the Oppo player of the series here. And I think about the interview that I had with him on stage a couple of days ago, the fact that he was saying that I have to take responsibility for this team. I have to make sure that this team succeeds. And that's what he did today through his gameplay.
Yeah, his setups were pretty good in some of these team fights. Really, when AL is firing on all cylinders, it starts so much with a lot of these Tarzan engages that's kind of like the team's go button, right? And he has such a good game sense as for when to go in. And even though like the one Baron fight does stick in my mind is the one time where he might not want to go in. I do think like the way this team works is so dependent on Tarzan and his ability to see the map and where to go in on a team fight.
That's why this team is so well balanced and why they're LPL champions. The fact that this team not only has a great setup from Tarzan and Kael that starts their fight so well. I mean, they're the two highest kill participation players in their roles in this event. And on top of that, you look towards the talent that they had, Shanks could have easily won that Oppo player of the series. So it's going to be a pretty entertaining one. They get to see who they get to face between BLG and FlyQuest.
Well, I'm asking you guys, who do you think they're going to face? Chat, what do you think as well? Is it going to be BLG?
I'm turning my brain off, and it's all hard.
Is it going to be FlyQuest?
It's all hard.
Is your heart going to...
Yeah.
Don't listen to your brain right now. Listen to your heart.
I'm shutting that
the
bad boy off.
Raz, Emily. What is it going to come down to? If there's, of course, we're going to talk about the matchup in depth tomorrow, but something we want to look at tomorrow specifically for this matchup, Emily.
I think if FlyQuest are going to beat BLG, they need to rely on Inspired, right? I do think Inspired absolutely can get the better of Beishuan early, and that's what I'm looking at as a potential discrepancy between these two teams. I think if you let BLG either get ahead in their lanes, I'm looking specifically at the mid lane, might be a little tough in the Knight quad matchup. That is where like you really want to rely on Inspired to recognize when he might be able to help out his lanes.
Me, I'm just smoking my chicken pap. All I care about, it's going to be Masu's day no matter what. I'm leaving my brain at the hotel. It's all heart. They're going to out-team fight them. They're going to out-team fight the team fighters. That's
okay.
All right?
Save
That's
some,
what I'm standing on.
Save some of that hopium for tomorrow, maybe. That's all for us here at MSI for today. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern, and 2 a.m. CEST with FlyQuest versus BLG.
Going on that front line as he tries to get through the pit. Junja in there, but it's secured by Kyle, who may have switched to smite. Junja's gonna have to get the hell out. The curtain's open. Junja's already down. The side shove across the wall into the bullet time isn't enough to kill off Shanks. Kaiwing will fall in the end. And somehow AL win out the fight in the river. Honkyu slammed into the wall and massacred by anyone's legend. Doggo follows suit. In the end, a double for Hope and a 5-for-1 exchange. One of the weaknesses here for AL is that short range that we talked about all the way back in draft. How can Hope get close enough without the rapid fire cannon? Impale going in, there's a pop blossom as Kyle finds 3. Junja falls low and he'll fall as we look for the engagement towards the backline from Doggo. Doesn't go in with the killer instinct, holds it. For the moment, the depth charge used alongside that equalizer. The wave now pushing in, there's Tarzan, a hero's entrance. The GA on Tarzan's shoulders will bring him back to life. Both the Nexus towers are down as Kyle begins to open up on the Nexus. CFO trying to defend, but they just can't do it in the face of anyone's legend. 2-0 now on match points. The flash but has the smite. Can step forward here. Hallowed miss out from the Gwen as they look for the Articon. Junja's in there and he steals it away. Better Storm comes out, but Doggo finds 1, finds 2 with a true shot barrage. It's a triple. It's a quadra. And Doggo is barking. Woo! Off vision on the control ward. As there's the Nature's Grasp, eaten up. Kaiwing Mikhails himself, but the hook still lands, and the Fame Thomas is down. Honkyu trying to dive in, Shanks on the backline immediately, and Hope is on a killing spree. He finds 1. Looking at Junja now as Doggo can't survive through Shanks. Rest goes all out, but Shanks goes golden as AL sends CFO to the morgue.